Hello, chat. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, just had to sneeze. Don't mind me. Just a little sneeze. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. DGG pogrom. Nah, don't worry about me, okay? Don't worry about me. Oh god, what a insanely fucking stressful little period. My, give us the tea. You guys are not going to get as much tea as you think you're getting, okay? You might later, but for now, we're just gonna... Listen, I'll say one thing. It's hard to be a streamer, okay? It's the hardest. Some might say the hardest job of all because fucking some people just like they don't treat you like a real human being. It's fucking weird. Very weird. I'm just sitting here, with all the arrows on my back, guarding you all while you sleep. Pushing the big fat boulder up the hill. And dying on the cross for your sins. I'm doing all those things at once, okay? Hope you understand that, okay? Trust me, bro. What do we want to... Purge days today? It's not going to be a purge. There's not going to be a purge. There's not going to be... Again, I mean, it's like... There's like a few ways I can go about addressing stuff, and I'll wait until more people are in before I start talking about it. But it's like there's a way that you can address community stuff, or especially people who have like wronged you or whatever, in a very like drama content kind of like shitter roll in the mud kind of way. And then there are obviously like the more soft ways that you can do it. My my expectation is that trying to do it in a soft or like respectful way is probably going to result in the exact same thing, but who knows? That's just me being pessimistic, maybe. Hopefully. The chair react Al Jazeera. Wait, what? No, I don't want to do that. Fuck that. Go balls to the wall, scorched earth, no holds barred. Thing is, you can't really do that though, because some of the people that we're dealing with here are like master fucking manipulators. It's just like the shit that I don't know. You'd have to be there, okay? Maybe you'll never know. Who knows? But my God, the some of the behavior of people, and not only the behavior, but the behavior that's like kind of tolerated by people is very baffling to me. But who knows? Who knows? I want to talk about Hexeth. We have another Hexeth failure, another incompetence maxing achievement from our guy.
Breaking overnight, Russia launches its largest drone attack on Ukraine since the beginning of the war. Ukrainian officials say the massive aerial assault involved more than 700 drones, but it was largely repelled. Moscow's escalation follows a remarkable 48 hours in the White House, where President Trump yesterday vented his frustration with Russian President Vladimir Putin, something you don't see that often.
We get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Trump calling BS in that cabinet meeting. But he also said Ukraine would have the weapons it needs to defend itself. It's a notable turn for the president. Just last week, his administration paused the delivery of some missiles to Ukraine. Our Caitlin Collins asked him about that yesterday.
Last week, the Pentagon paused some shipments of weapons to Ukraine. Did you approve of that pause?
Fake news journalists.
Defensive weapons, because Putin is he's not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I think that's a question for the Pentagon.
Go ahead.
That was awkward because
You tell me, you're the fake news.
Pete Hegseth, his Secretary of Defense, was sitting right there with him, and new CNN reporting on what happened behind the scenes gives you some insight. Multiple sources telling CNN Hegseth did not give the White House a heads up before he authorized that pause on weapons shipments to Ukraine last week, and that the administration began scrambling after they found out. CNN's Zach Cohen has the new reporting for us from Washington. You helped break this story. What are you learning, and what the awkward moments as you're sitting there watching this play out, knowing the president apparently didn't have a clue that the pause happened at Hegseth's command?
Yeah, Sarah, it's pretty remarkable. Obviously, the Pentagon and White House not in lockstep over this decision to pause arms shipments to Ukraine. And it's an episode that really does underscore the haphazard policymaking process we've seen from the Trump administration, and specifically at the Department of Defense under Secretary Pete Hegseth. We're told that Hegseth did sign off on this pause, but failed to mention that to the White House, which, like a lot of other top officials in the Trump administration, learned about it after the fact. And as we saw yesterday, the president not only reversed that decision, but still really distancing himself from the move, the temporary pause of those shipments, which really does not align with sort of the rhetoric that we're hearing from him in recent days, this frustration with Vladimir Putin and this pledge to Volodymyr Zelensky to continue to provide support to the Ukrainians. Now, look, this is something that did originate from a conversation that we're told happened last month at the NATO summit, where Trump ordered Hegseth to conduct a review of the U.S. weapons stockpile. Obviously, multiple ongoing conflicts around the world. Trump wanted to make sure that there were enough U.S. weapons to provide support across the board.
Set a goal. There is a goal. What are you talking about? There's an announcement and a goal. Fuck off.
But Hegseth, at the recommendation of some of his top officials at the Department of Defense, ultimately conducted that review and also paused arms shipments to Ukraine as a result. That's not something that the president directed Hegseth to do, and it's something that caused frustration at all corners of the Trump administration. Now, we asked the White House and the Department of Defense for comment. A spokesperson for the Pentagon said, quote, Secretary Hegseth provided a framework for the president to evaluate military aid shipments and assess existing stockpiles. This effort was coordinated across the government. Obviously, that doesn't address, though, this decision of
I don't even know why anyone bothers with these news stories anymore. You think like CNN or any facts-oriented outlet is sitting there being like, listen, we could say this, but like, what's the difference at the end of the day now? Like, no Republican's actually going to change their mind about any of this. The fact that it's like, how many of these stories do we have that if one of them were true about the Democrats, you would literally see it occupying the entire conservative news cycle for like 10 years. But, okay. Hillary Clinton, Benghazi. But yet, how much of it is a thing for Pete Hegseth as well, to constantly talk about how incompetent the Democrats are with the military and how they don't have that warrior ethos. And really what they're referring to is that there are like some fucking gay and trans people in the army. Like, that's it. But meanwhile, we got this shit.
Paused the arms shipments to Ukraine. And again, one that Trump has very publicly reversed and is still facing questions about today.
Yeah, the big question is who did decide?
What happened at Benghazi that was her fault? Like, basically nothing. She sat in that hearing for like 12 hours, okay? Didn't plead the fifth once, answered every question in depth, and it was basically found that neither she nor Obama or anyone else had actually done anything like out of what they were expected to do. They had done things like properly. Just mistakes happen. Fuck.
This, and was this a plan across the Defense Department, the Pentagon? We just don't know at this point, but your reporting is really telling, Zach Cohen. Thank you so much to you and Natasha for that.
The shipment of weapons to Ukraine has been contested over the last week. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth authorized a pause on weapons shipments to Ukraine just last Wednesday, apparently without telling the White House. That's according to 5 sources familiar with the matter. Hegseth's decision created chaos in the administration as officials tried to figure out why the halt was implemented. Listen to this exchange between President Trump and CNN's Caitlin Collins about who is responsible.
Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Joining me now to discuss, Margaret Talev, senior contributor at Axios, Haima Moore, former chief of staff to DNC chair Jamie Harrison, and Doug Heye, former RNC communications director. Doug, I'm actually going to start with you because this feels like it's also about communication and maybe lack thereof. What do you see in this moment? Because he has totally had Hegseth's back throughout all the last couple of months. And what do you think happened here?
I'm reminded of what Yogi Berra said. It's deja vu all over again. And when we've seen problems within the administration from the cabinet, it always comes from DOD. We don't have these conversations about the Department of Labor, the Department of Transportation. It's always DOD. And so we've seen Hegseth cause political headaches for Donald Trump. And in any administration, this kind of lack of communication with a president who values communication, maybe in a different way than his predecessors, but also more than all of his predecessors, we know that that's a fireable offense. And when Donald Trump is your firer in chief, we all know him because he said that phrase, "you're fired." At some point, we have to wonder if the branch is going to break there, because this is just absolutely out of bounds for what a DOD secretary should do to make sure that his president does not know on something this major is happening.
Yeah.
Look, if this was a Democrat and Joe Biden was president, I think the Republicans in the Senate would have a huge fit. So look at this. Tom Tillis in North Carolina just decided not to run for re-election. He voted for Hegseth to become the Secretary of Defense. I think there are a lot of Republicans right now who are questioning that vote. But to your point, this is just basic on the job, being good at your job. If you can't inform your manager that you're going to do something, that's a problem. And so I think at some point, Donald Trump, the president's going to get really upset about having these bad headlines. Hegseth is on TV every day. He's out there.
Yeah, what's the rule though, isn't it? Because if Trump sacks Pete Hegseth too soon, it looks like Trump's fucked up. Whereas if he does it after like a year or two, then it looks like Hegseth is fucked up. That's probably what he's waiting for, right? He's waiting until they cross that Rubicon, right? We're just waiting once we fill up the it's actually Hegseth who fucked up bar. Once we're over that line, I think this guy's gone. This guy is a fucking massive liability. Especially when Trump, didn't he in 2016 talk about how like, I want to get a general, okay? I want a general who's so mean and so smart. Wait, where was it? Trump, general, so mean, so smart. Where did I see this? This was in 2016, wasn't it? When did he say he needed the kind of general that Hitler had? What? I didn't see this. I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. Okay. Well, okay, that's I'm trying to think, because Hitler had a thing for his cabinet. He had a thing for appointing people who were not really suited for the job, right? Like, wasn't his military, his like entire Ministry of Defense or whatever, basically put in charge? It was put under the control of an architect, wasn't it? It was Speer. Speer was like an architect, and he became the Minister of Armaments, and he did that for quite a few positions as well. I wonder if I can find the Third Reich at War that tells you it. Architect. Bro. Yeah. This was Speer in his diary, actually. It was him talking about it in his memoirs. In keeping with Hitler's dilettantism? Wait, new word. Wow. Wow. Dilettantism. Is this like when you're so autistic that you need a new word? Tism. The practice of pursuing an activity, behaving. Oh, it's of course. It's the act of behaving like a dilettante. Okay. A dabbler. Ah, okay. Dabbler. Oh, okay. I see. Where's the pronunciation? No, wait. Am I going to get the guy who's like, and this is how we pronounce this word? Wait, where is it?
Dilettantism.
Dilettantism. That just... Real life examples. Thank you, American Pronunciation Guide.
Productivity. And so I get the dilettantism of the example, which is a kind of rhetorical
instinct for designers to they have an allergy to dilettantism. You know, somebody who doesn't have
Seriousness
That
is
text bros saying like, these guys don't like dilettantism. It's actually based. Fuck yeah.
dilettantism or incompetence. And then the opposite of comedy, of humor, is
Imagine doing that. Imagine being like a multidisciplinary dabbler who doesn't really have any qualifications in any of the things they talk about, and then presenting your findings on said issues. Imagine that's crazy, chat. That is impunity. Okay, that's a problem. We need to do something about these people. These bastards. In keeping with Hitler's dilettantism, that he preferred to choose non-specialists as associates. After all, he had already appointed a wine salesman as his foreign minister, a party philosopher as his minister of Eastern Affairs, and an erstwhile fighter pilot as overseer of the entire economy. Now he was picking an architect of all people to be his minister of armaments. Undoubtedly, Hitler preferred to fill positions of leadership with laymen. All his life, he respected but distrusted professionals such as, for example, Schacht. Okay. So yeah, Trump actually does, yeah, he does run his administration kind of like Hitler did in that sense. Trump says he's too smart for daily intelligence briefings. Bro, we need to, he was, this is 2016, right? This is when he was like really, this is when he actually was kind of a comedian. This is before his, very observable mental decline, by the way, unfit for office, but too old, mental decline, skill issue. When I get it when I need it. First of all, these are very good people that are giving me the briefings, and I say, if something should change from this point, immediately call me. I'm available on 1 minute's notice. I'm like a smart person, he explained Sunday. I don't have to be told the same thing in the same words every single day for the next 8 years. Could be 8 years, but 8 years, I don't need that. That's funny. But I don't need to be told, Chris, the same thing every day, every morning, the same words. Sir, nothing has changed. Let's go over it again. I don't need that. By the way, Biden, Obama, crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe Biden, memory loss, Benghazi, Obama, like, I don't need to be told the same thing over and over again.
And he has been a good messenger for the president on many issues, but right now he's causing too much trouble for the president.
The other thing that's intriguing, of course, is this is happening in this moment where we're seeing the president really look at Vladimir Putin. And he says flattering things, which I think a lot of people assumed what was going on. And now it seems like the president is not necessarily believing it. What else is significant about this moment to you?
It may be a turning point. I think we just don't know yet. If you're Volodymyr Zelensky, your thought bubble on all this is like,
finally?
Yeah. And so I think part of this is clearly there's dysfunction in Hegseth's office. There's been a lot of departures. It's hard to know whether he's really sort of in command of his own staff or aware of his own staff. Second sort of tier is this is certainly the advisors who are still there have an agenda, and it's not a pro-Ukrainian or pro-U.S. support of robust support of Ukraine agenda. So there is a question about whether Hegseth is totally calling the policy shots in his shop. But I think the third piece of it is that there have been mixed signals from President Trump about what his posture toward support of Ukraine and towards drawing hard lines against Vladimir Putin is. And if he is at a turning point now, that may change his approach going forward. But I think if you were Putin watching Trump for the last, 8 years, but certainly the last since he re-entered office, you also are trying to figure out what the boundaries are and testing those boundaries right now.
Okay.
And speaking of boundaries, this isn't just about Ukraine. You know, if you talk to the countries that neighbor Russia, they'll tell you they're very nervous. Every fall I speak at the Polish Economic Forum, and when you get off the plane in Poland, it is real very quickly. That's true in Latvia and Estonia and so on as well.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's another one in the bag, another one in the box for Pete Hegseth. Another little folder on the pile for the case of Pete Hegseth's reckless dilettantism. Okay. Where is... Trump has had a bit of a fucking Russia-Ukraine crash out recently, hasn't he? We got here.
Claiming he's had enough.
He said he's fed up of Putin's bullshit. I think apparently he also had told Putin that he would bomb Ukraine he'd bomb Russia if they invaded Ukraine. One thing at a time, I guess.
Trump turning on Putin, claiming he's had enough of him and his antics.
We are getting exclusive
A lot of people are dying, and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin. For you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Really? That's so surprising. I can't believe this dishonest master manipulator president has realized that you can just butter me up and tell me all the things I want to hear, and I will go with it until it eventually just becomes so obvious that you're fucking me about. Yeah. That's odd. That's odd. Damn. You mean the guy who takes everyone for a ride and lied about everything is taking you for a ride? The guy that said it wouldn't actually be an issue for Ukraine to join NATO, and then he was like, no, God, don't join NATO, please. The guy who said, listen, we're not trying to make any threats here when we massively tighten our border with Ukraine and subject importers to disproportionate, unnecessary screening event procedures and actually sanction certain companies because they are politically opposed to the Eurasian Customs Union. But we're not making threats, though. That's definitely not a threat. That guy, the guy who said that he was invading Ukraine because they were committing a genocide against ethnic Russians. The guy who constantly denied that he had soldiers in eastern Ukraine until he eventually had to admit that they were there because the evidence was so overwhelming. Well, that guy's taking you for a ride, Mr. Trump. Listen, Putin's just ahead of the game, okay? He was the pioneer of the Donald Trump glaze budget. He takes money basically out of every state, every department. He takes money out of like the health department, out of the Department of Security, the military, the fucking tax collector. He takes money out of all of the state departments, and he made a separate fund, and it's the Donald Trump Glaze Fund, where he has a bunch of researchers that go and look up all the things about Trump. Go look at his day-to-day, look what he's complaining about, and then so that when you meet him or when you're on a call with him, you can say all the things that he wants to hear. It's a very good tactic, really. It's how those dastardly sugar babies come and into my DMs and take me for everything I've got and have left me in destitution. I'm joking. You know, like those dastardly.
Well, now Trump is seeming to put his money where his mouth is, now saying that Ukraine will have the weapons to defend itself under his administration.
We want to put defensive weapons because Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
All right, this is a stunning turnaround for Trump, right, to say the least. I mean, just as recently as last week, right, this all started because the administration paused the delivery of missiles to Ukraine, something that Trump was asked about today.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. What did you tell me?
Well, we will in just a moment.
It's still just a very funny interaction. What is this?
Watching is because we have all heard Trump shower Putin with praise for years.
Well, he loves him.
I also have a very good relationship
They got the compilation
with President Putin. I knew Putin very well, got along with him actually great. Putin is a nicer person than I am. So now I like Putin. Now, Putin called me a genius, by the way.
And since the beginning of
Putin called him a genius, by the way. What did I just say? Fuck me. The Donald Trump Glaze Department. And I think the more recent one here is that apparently Trump said he threatened to bomb Moscow.
We are getting exclusive audio from 2024 of Trump then as a candidate discussing details of a private conversation that he once had with President Putin. The audio obtained by the authors of a new book that is just out today. And for context, the president has long said that Putin would never have invaded Ukraine on his watch because of something he told him once privately. Trump had never revealed what that was.
I had a very strong conversation with President Putin, and he understood, and I won't go into the great details of the conversation because nobody has to know that. But I will tell you, it never, ever would have happened.
I don't want to say it, but did they fear me? I suspect they did.
Well, tonight we're learning those details as the audio reveals that Trump says that he threatened not just President Putin, but also China's President Xi Jinping. And this is what he told donors about what exactly that conversation looked like during a private fundraiser last year.
To Putin, I said, if you go in to Ukraine, we're going to bomb the shit out of Moscow. I'm telling you, I have no choice but the public. So he goes like, I don't believe you. I said, he said, no way. And I said, way. And then he goes like,
that's the art of the deal right there. I'm gonna bomb a civilian center if you invade Ukraine. You're a nuclear power. I'm going to bomb your capital city. And Putin's like, nah. And I was like, yeah. Art of the deal. Bam. Cards on the table.
I don't believe you, but the truth is he believed me 10%. And I told you this, he believed me 10%. Then I'm with President Xi of China. But I said the same thing to them. I said, you know, if you go into Taiwan, I'm going to bomb the shit out of Beijing. He thought I was crazy. He said, Beijing, you're going to bomb Beijing. I said, I have no choice. I got to bomb you. We're going to bomb Beijing.
I got no choice. I got to bomb you. Oh, man. The way he talks is just so... I got no choice.
Believe me either, except 10%. And 10% is all you need. In fact, 5% would have been okay too. And we never had a problem. We would have never had a problem.
The Trump campaign declined to comment on the content of what you just heard there, but the three deeply sourced reporters who acquired that exclusive audio are joining me now tonight. Josh Dawsey of the Wall Street Journal, Isaac Arnsdorf of the Washington Post, of course, also Tyler Pager of the Times as well, are all three the authors on the book that is out today. 2024, how Trump retook the White House and the Democrats lost America. And Josh Dawsey, I mean, you obviously have covered Trump along with me for years now. Given the audio of what you heard the president saying about Putin then, I wonder what you made of how fed up he seemed with him today.
Well, I think what he was trying to tell the donors there, Caitlin, was that he could have deterred this. He could have stopped this. You heard him say on the campaign trail, if you reelect me, I can stop this immediately. And it's clear Vladimir Putin has not been listening to what Trump wants, right? I mean, Trump says, I've been doing all these calls, they're frustrating. Today he unleashed a profanity as he was sort of describing what he thought of Vladimir Putin and what he was doing. But what you see in that tape is Trump behind closed doors to his richest donors in New York, telling them, you know, I had control over these guys, basically espousing the madman theory, right? They thought I was just crazy enough that maybe I would have done something if they crossed me. And I used that to basically get them to do what I wanted them to do. And I think what the frustration you're seeing now from President Trump, you know, we've reported he says Vladimir Putin has changed. He makes all of these comments in private about how he used to think he had a better relationship with Vladimir Putin. And I think Putin's just not listening to him. Putin's not listening to what Trump wants him to do.
Yeah, I mean, and Isaac, when Trump was running, and obviously that is a deep part of the book, is what the Trump campaign looked like internally, as well as the Biden-Harris campaign. But when he was running, the argument that he made to voters was, I can fix this. I can handle this. You know, Putin is scared of me and intimidated by me, as Josh mentioned there. And now here we are, that he's been in office for several months and is realizing that Putin isn't showing a lot of interest in getting the deal that Trump wants here.
Well, more often than Putin being scared of him, it was, Putin was someone he had a good relationship with. And Trump has often talked about Putin as someone who could make a deal with, that they could find some common ground. And a lot of Russia specialists in the U.S. national security establishment looked at that and said, Putin is not interested in improving relations with the West. He wants nothing to do with the West. It just doesn't work that way. You can just give him what he wants and he's going to go home. That's not a way to resolve this war. And Trump is finding that out the hard way now that he's 6 months into past due on his promise for that war to be over. And he's clearly frustrated.
Josh, what did it say to you when Trump was asked, when I asked him, who directed the pause of this shipment of munitions? Clearly something he did not want, given he has just said he's going to send more to Ukraine. And he just essentially, turned it into an answer that he did not fully elaborate on and didn't turn to Hegseth, who was sitting right next to him.
Right. I mean, you and I have seen him do that many times over the years, Caitlin. When he wants to answer a question, he can often be long and verbose and can tell you exactly what he wants. And when he doesn't want to answer a question, he clearly didn't want to answer that question. He didn't, right? And I've always been very interested, as a reporter, when the president doesn't answer a question like that, what the answer might be. Obviously, we don't know tonight.
And your other co-author, Tyler, is here with us now. And Tyler Pager, obviously, in terms of watching that cabinet meeting play out today, I think the president's reaction to this sanctions bill that a lot of Republican senators have been ready to vote on and pass for weeks now, if not months, it was notable that he sounded more open today to that than we have heard him. The question remains if he signs it and if it actually goes into effect, because there's a waiver built in, as Senator Lindsey Graham has said, for the president. But I wonder what it says to you if he's losing patience and ready to try a different strategy here.
Yeah, it's a remarkable evolution from the president. We've seen his tone and mood shift over the course of several months as he's been frustrated by his inability to solve this conflict. The president came into office promising to be a president that achieved peace, and he has been frustrated that he's not been able to do that. I think he thought that he could get more done with Vladimir Putin than other presidents were able to do, and that's clearly not the case. I think from the audio you played earlier in
24 hours.
clip, he was bragging about his ability to negotiate or sort of put pressure on Putin, and it's much easier to do that from a campaign perspective than a governing perspective, and he's seeing that play out in real time.
But Biden said they defeated Medicare, so that's a misspeak.
And that's causing this shift.
Yeah, it stood out in a real way. And I want to talk more about the book because there are so many buzzy pieces of it, and just it really does get behind the scenes of what was playing out behind closed doors, that not all voters got to see what was happening in the inner workings of these campaigns. But I do have the former Ambassador Rahm Emanuel here with me. And just, given your expertise in this area, how you've seen foreign policy play out, I wonder what stood out to you, given Putin has never indicated he's ready to end this war. I don't think anyone has seen real signs. I mean, he's had conversations with Trump, but it has always seemed like the ball is being pushed down the road here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an assessment of power and position right now. I think the president actually is in a much stronger position than the card he's playing, and Putin's in a much weaker position than the card he's playing. Why? You take the bombing in Iran, regardless of our politics, Putin sees that as a strong position, not just a madman position, but strong position. The aftershock is being felt in Beijing and Moscow. You have a situation, Putin lost Syria. He has shown to be feckless on Iran. He's taken 3.5 years of a war in Ukraine, which is a much smaller country, and can't even get 4 provinces to close out. The military is weak. His intelligence failed on Wagner, on Ukraine, and on Syria. His economy, by his own central bank, has said is collapsing. This is a person who's up against the wall. And the president has an opportunity to both apply weapons pressure and sanction pressure. And if he does that, he can actually take the strength that the United States has and apply it to the weaknesses that Putin has.
Is there any counter argument to the idea that the inevitable result for Putin in Ukraine is just going to be Afghanistan, like the Soviets in Afghanistan? Like, they're just going to be there for too long. Too many bodies are going to come back from the sons, brothers, cousins, husbands. of the women living in Moscow, and then it's just gonna collapse on itself. Is that kind of like? Because how long were the Soviets in Afghanistan? Like what, 8-10 years? Was it a bit more? How long were the Soviets in Afghanistan? 9 years. I was right bang in the middle. You think it'll be the North Korea border situation? I don't. Because Ukrainians have much more reason to keep fighting than Russians do. But yeah, I just wonder if it's gonna, if it can't just, or I'm wondering why it can't just go the same way for Russia when they're in Ukraine. Like, why is it not just going to lead to a place where even in the occupied areas, they're just going to get fed up of fighting and have to go home? Maybe Crimea be different. I don't know how the settling of Donbass is going for Russia, like how much they've solidified their positions there. Who knows?
And he hasn't done that now. He's getting to that point. And the reason Putin hasn't done this is because he has bet the house. And if he comes up short, he's got his own domestic political problems.
Well, and the sanctions bill would essentially affect...
Russians don't have a say in it. Yeah, but they didn't really have a say in Afghanistan either. It just got to a point where it was too much. It was way too much.
Countries that are still buying oil from Russia and that are not helping Ukraine here. I do think there's a question of what more you can do to hurt Russia. What we always heard from President Biden was they'd basically done everything that they thought they could do.
No, look, I mean, first of all, the sanctions were not a one and done. They come and they impact over time. You just had reporting just the other day about the economy is now, the war economy that pumped up falsely the economy in Russia is starting to implode and self-implode. You have interest rates at 21%. Part of the oil executive being murdered the other day and being thrown out the window is because they were starting to actually criticize the stewardship of the economy so tied to the defense budget. And strategically, around the globe, you literally see Putin as the emperor with no clothes.
What did you make of the audio, though, that Josh and his co-authors, Isaac and Tyler, have obtained here, where he's saying, I mean, I guess the question is, did he actually say this to Xi Jinping and to Vladimir Putin? But he's saying that he threatened to bomb Beijing and Moscow.
I've come to a view, this is maybe well-honed cynicism. What people candidates say in front of donors, I wouldn't exactly take at face value, especially this. And second is on China. Let me say this, everybody focuses on Taiwan. Look, you have the South China Sea with Philippines. That is a country. It is a country that's a treaty ally of the United States. You have our entire reputation and the clarity of our deterrence on stage. I've always thought, as a former ambassador to Japan, the South China Sea vis-a-vis Philippines, then the 38th parallel of the Korean Peninsula, then the Taiwan Straits. And Xi does not have confidence in his own military to make that move yet. So to me, the real challenge is right now, first and foremost, in the front queue, is the South China Sea with the Philippines.
Pirate software not sorry. Okay. I still haven't followed that at all, which is a shame because I feel like there was a lot of good content missed from this guy because he is just such a like quintessentially fucking like horrible narcissistic piece of shit. But hey, oh well. Do I want to see maybe get a bit of an indication of what's happening on the Russian end with regards to casualties and how it might influence the Russian soldiers fleeing Putin's army documentary? Interesting. Kill quota 30,000 a month. Are they losing 30,000 a month? What the fuck?
Ukraine has a goal for their drone units to eliminate 30,000
Ukrainian
Russian soldiers per month, which means that for one of the units, the Magyar birds, that's 100 kills a day, every day. So to take a look at their progress so far and the changes they're implementing to achieve that goal, I thought it was worth diving into the launch and monthly summary of June 2025 put together by the Ukrainian USF, or Unmanned Systems Forces. There's some pretty interesting aspects in here that I wanted to call out, and of course the full report will be linked in the description below. They note that on June 3rd, Major Robert Magyar Brovdy was appointed the commander of the Unmanned Systems Forces, USF, of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Brovdy was previously the commander of the 414th Separate Brigade at Mygar's Birds.
That was horror footage. What, the guy on a fucking bicycle just getting...
So far, and the changes they're implementing
drone to fuck.
To achieve that goal, I thought it was worth diving into the launch and monthly summary.
Can that drone actually get into like the hatch of the tank? What the fuck?
And the changes they're implementing to achieve that goal. I thought
it looked like it was getting right into the hatch. Look at it, just on top.
Launch and monthly.
All right, no way they're that.
Summary of June 2025, put together by the Ukrainian USF, or Unmanned Systems Forces. There's some pretty interesting aspects in here that I wanted to call out.
Maybe they shouldn't have enlisted. Yeah? Was it talk shit, get hit? Invade another country, get hit. It's the rules of the world, I guess. Fuck.
Of course, the full report will be linked in the description below. They note that on June 3rd, Major Robert Magyar Brovdy was appointed the commander of the Unmanned Systems Forces, USF, of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Brovdy was previously the commander of the 414th Separate Brigade at Mygar's Birds, one of the most effective drone units, if not the most effective, in the entire Ukrainian military. So there you have it. Performance, man gets elevated, and now he's taking a lot of those lessons learned to incorporate across the entire force.
I feel bad, they're humans, but ultimately I get that, it's got to be one side. Yeah, it's not like even when they're all soldiers from the wrong side, it's still not like a nice thing. It's not like a pleasant thing. Yeah, war is fucking horrible. It's a bad thing. It's very bad. Peace and love,
He laid out his primary goals as taking over this position as being launching a unified platform for electronic reporting and target verification. We've talked about that before, especially with the Army of Drones program, where Ukraine is getting points for kills and destruction. There's a lot of value in understanding not just did that drone hit the target, but did it effectively destroy the target. Accurate battle damage assessments are absolutely critical for either side in this or any conflict. The second is enabling full cycle planning, analysis, and performance evaluations for every munition, drone, and operation, along with coordination, management, and real-time reporting across all units. I've seen a lot of questions about this, and it's a valid issue that it looks like they're trying to resolve now. Every one of these drone units at times has, of course, different operators, but they use slightly different technology and slightly different tactics and slightly different repeaters, slightly different warheads, all of that. What he's putting together, kind of building upon, because this does already exist to a degree inside of the Ukrainian military, is the coordination there across all units to find out what is the best warhead for this specific type of tank and make sure everybody knows that. He also is pushing for an expansion of existing in-house production of munitions. So they're developing in Ukraine the exact types of warheads they need and a centralized supply depot of ammunition and critical components. Again, at this point in the war, there's been a lot of bottom-up refinement on the aspect of drone warfare, but there's no reason to not take some of those best practices and incorporate those into more of a standard across the force. That appears to be what he's doing here. And they noted that part of his plan is to scale the experience of the 414th Magyar Birds to the entire USF grouping. The last point here that he's focused on is called non-risk logistics, replacing humans with drones to preserve lives. So in a recent fundraiser that we technically still have ongoing, that I'll have linked in the description below, we're picking up a lot of unmanned ground vehicles for a couple different Ukrainian units that they're using to bring casualties off the front and deliver supplies to the front, especially in some of the hotter areas along the east and south. Now, they say before Major Brovdy's appointment, 2 separate unmanned groups operated. You had the drone line, initiated earlier by Magyar, and the unmanned systems forces with 5 to 7 subunits respectively. These groups have now been integrated into a single coordinated structure, the USF grouping. So again, when you see how this aspect of the war has changed, at one point you just had individual soldiers and individual units with a drone that they would use however they saw fit, usually recon at the start of the war. Then you started seeing, squads, platoons, companies incorporate FPV-style drones. That made its way up to, let's say, battalion, brigade.
It's really that's fucking mental. I think this is also when people are talking about making arguments for America helping Ukraine. It's not just like you can make the moral case for, the liberal world order or whatever the fuck, preserving peace and democracy and free market. You can do all that shit, but it's really, there's another aspect of it, which is just more that, even for America's own defense, like America still has threats. They still have allies that they need that are under threat, like Taiwan and shit, right? And a big part of helping Ukraine is that helping with Ukraine is also training. So when America was intervening in World War One, their contribution to that was not only, people talk about being all last minute, like that's the American thing, like they'll just come in when they have no other choice. But in World War One, their contribution to the war effort was just really shit. Like they didn't really have the best training. Their soldiers didn't really know what they were doing. Their equipment wasn't like in great order. They didn't really know how to use a lot of the equipment. They had to kind of like learn on the spot. And with World War II, they had to just build like really, really fast before getting in. After Pearl Harbor, like the amount of reallocation they did with the economy, like the war economy, to get the ships built in time and all that kind of stuff, it was like a huge learning curve. Whereas right now with America, them doing what they're doing by helping in Ukraine is that they are also, because war always updates, like in terms of technology and things like that, and leapfrogging for people learning each other's methods and all that shit, they benefit from learning from what they're doing with their contributions to Ukraine. So they give Ukraine weapons. They also learn how new wars might be fought. Like that's a big part of the process, and that helps America be more prepared against things like China, right? So the fact that they're contributing actually does help them in that sense as well. It makes it easier for Americans to defend themselves. Or it would make them easier to defend themselves in the future if they need to, or to defend other allies that they do have much more of an obligation to help. So that's like China and Russia learn as well. Well, yeah, imagine if China and Russia are learning, but America's not. Like, yeah, learning is part of the process, yeah. But I think that's just a concept that's really hard to explain to people. The fact that there is actually, America is also, oh God, just think of it like fucking gaming, okay? It's like America is helping, but it's like their stats, right? You know, they've got their stats. Fuck. Why did I think of the stats? Say you got your stats here. Okay? And then they might be losing out on some cash, okay? They might be losing out on some cash, but when they spend the money, they're gaining on like intel, experience. That you're getting something that you're paying for. Fuck. They're farming. They're farming XP. Okay.
Aid level, a consolidation of those skill sets and of those resources. And now we're seeing this at the highest level in Ukraine, pulling all of the drone operators, all of the drone units together, all learn together, all source the necessary materials based off of their current experiences. Now, getting into the data with this report, they say in June 2025, USF units neutralized 19,653 targets of various types, including 4,521 enemy personnel. Now, it's not clear if that is killed or killed and wounded in terms of the enemy personnel, but you're going to see it is a pretty significant jump from other recent reports. Magyar, as mentioned, being one of the most effective drone units in the Ukrainian military, says they accounted for 32% of the grouping's total results, 6,335 targets in June alone. Those guys have a Telegram channel, they've got a Twitter account, they've got a YouTube channel, I think all that stuff. They're posting drone footage nonstop. I'll link all of those in the description. Is going to be pretty long at this point, isn't it? But if you want to follow those guys, it's worth checking out because they've got a lot of really incredible, very real-time footage going up day after day. Now, in terms of the progress of the drone war from the Ukrainian perspective here, they put up some stats from January to June 2025. In January, 10,800 total hits compared to 19,600 in June. Almost double in 6 months. Man. And then personnel losses.
You know what this graphics reminds me of? It reminds me of, what's it, like 1,000 Romans versus Merkava tanks or some shit. Is it when those people do those, oh God, what are those fucking simulators? The zombies versus Roman army, shit like that. Oh God. Is it this one? What game is it? The ultimate epic battle simulator. It looks like this.
10 modern U.S. Army soldiers and vehicles stand
Yeah.
defiantly at the end of a bridge defense.
And on the other side is a 10 million strong Roman army. Bro, you're getting
Here.
smoked.
To their right, we have our flank supporters. We've got two.
Wow, and then look at them. Look at them go. So true. Look at the Romans. You don't see them. They're trying to get out of the bridge, okay? See that? They're trying to get over the bridge. But the bridge is a bottleneck, okay? So the Americans are well prepared with their tanks and their weaponry. I don't know, Ron. Roman's getting clapped. The Roman legion's getting fucked. Why don't they just like throw stuff far away and throw stuff?
Okay, 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
No.
A Romans crossed the
20
line.
minutes later.
Oh no.
I lost track of time. We're still holding, and actually, 4.8 million Romans remaining. So we are
Wait,
holding.
what happened earlier though? Because with that small unit, surely the unit got swamped, right? Surely.
Have a are trying to fire away,
Yeah,
but they're quickly getting
sheer
overrun
numbers.
by the multitudes of Roman troopers death charging forward and
Yes.
beginning to slice and dice against the U.S. Army defenses.
down.
I think all infantry soldiers at this point are
No
already
chance.
dead, and now it's just up to the vehicles. The Sea Whiz gets toppled by the Roman troopers right there. The missile system, as well as the
Are they
Abrams,
gonna climb up? They're gonna like pile on the tank like fucking ants on a cockroach.
are still alive, still getting kills, but getting hacked
I once saw a cockroach get like absolutely fucking mogged by a bunch of ants, and it looked kind of like this.
and slashed as they go. They likely are not going to be long for this world. However, their sacrifice is going to allow the U.S. reinforcements
Who
to
the-
come
who the
in,
fuck watches
take
this shit? It's got like almost 1 million views. I guess I did. Fuck.
Personnel losses from 3,800 to 4,500 during that same 6-month period. So you can see trending in the right direction for Ukraine, albeit still a ways to go before the goal of 30,000. And that was mentioned by, again, the new commander here, Robert Magyar Brovdy, who said, quote, "We must reach a monthly benchmark of 30,000 enemy personnel eliminated for the defense forces of Ukraine. For Magyar Birds, that means a daily objective of 100 eliminated occupants." So clearly still a ways to go, but you can see how they're incorporating all these lessons learned, becoming more lethal, more effective, more efficient with the use of the materials they have on hand. Things like pulling in the the manufacturing of specific warheads for the drones instead of just using what you have sitting out. Not just grabbing an RPG because it's there, like we saw with a lot of the early FPVs, but what is the desired type of munition for taking out, enemy personnel in the open? It's more of an anti-personnel charge than necessarily an RPG-7 anti-armor type charge. Now, we've got some interesting videos that have come out recently about surrendering, both from the Russian and the Ukrainian side. But before diving into that, a quick thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Delete Me. Hey, we're going to talk about worst case scenario here for a second, because usually when we talk about our personal data being purchased online, the thought that comes to mind is things like identity theft or maybe financial scams, issues of that nature. But it can get so much worse. I'm talking about stalking, even murder.
Whoa.
I mean, a Wired article just came out and said, quote,
personal data.
All right, so this was a clip just put out by the Russian Ministry of Defense a few days ago showing firing leaflets, surrender leaflets, instructions on how to surrender over Ukrainian positions. So these come in a rocket that you would fire out of a multiple launch rocket system, and instead of the explosive charges, it's these pockets in the middle that open up over the target and disperse these leaflets far and wide. So they would just scatter over a huge area of the front. And, there you go, 21st century surrender leaflet there with the QR code. I've not scanned it.
They put a fucking AI wolf on it. What the fuck, man?
Surrender leaflet there with the.
It's like in the 2010s. It's in the 2010s. These fucking wolf t-shirts were like all the rage. These ones where you got a little wolf with the stars behind it. Like every other shop had these fucking wolf t-shirts. I don't think I ever saw anyone wear them, but they were always around. They were always in the shops. Lone Wolf Sigma.
QR code. I've not scanned it, but my guess is it probably takes you to a Telegram page or maybe some phone numbers you can contact if you wanted to surrender. So again, this is not a new tactic. We've seen it used throughout this war and seen it used in previous wars, but Russia every so often does like to highlight that they're continuing to do this. Now, kind of the complete other end of the spectrum, we got a video here put out today by the Ukrainian I Want to Live project, where they say this incident took place in the Zaporozhye region. A Russian serviceman surrendered to a drone and followed it along the road towards Ukrainian positions. This greatly displeased his comrades in arms, who opened fire on him with mortars and even attempted to kill him with a kamikaze drone. Spoiler alert, this one I don't think ends very well.
Oh my God, stop asking if I've done the Discord drama when we're literally like an hour into the stream, which means less than an hour since I went live. Why do you think I would just... When do I ever open the stream and just start with the crazy shit? I never do that. Why do you regular wankers come in here and be like, oh, when are you going to do the thing that you're like waiting for people to pile in to do the thing? Fuck off, man. Fuck. It's probably not even going to be that exciting, okay? Because I am kind of a doormat, okay? And I'm... Thanks for the $5, DJ Monotonous. I understand some chatters were questioning why I didn't put in quotes from Zohran about concerning quotes. The essay is for the pro-Pali people. Thoughts? Listen, don't let naysayers and concern-trolling dipshit critics get you down like that, okay? What a useless criticism. Don't ever let people affect you with that nonsense. Barabbas, thanks for the $2. Drinking on the job again, A. Pete. Wow. Wow. Will Game, thanks for the tier 1 sub. What's your dream up match in a debate on IP? My dream matchup? Me in the middle, squashed with Yishai Fleischer on one side and Sinwar on the other. I'll take him down. Ew, thanks for $9.99. My favorite thing is watching Preston vids with Loner, especially those with exploding Russian tanks. Thank you and bless up. And thanks for the other $9.99. Would be even better if they did not love executing POWs. Yeah, that's the thing with Russia, which kind of does suggest that the leaflet thing is just a kind of like psychological warfare more than anything else, because yeah, like Russia really, this is the thing about being like a war criminal army, like just through and through to your very core, just being like completely fueled on committing war crimes, is that people have no incentive to give up against you, because like you might just kill them anyway. And you're quite likely to, actually, because they've done that so many times, and they'll film it and broadcast it and nothing happens to them. Why are you even covering Discord drama? Because there's quite a few decisions that I've made that are going to be apparent to the entire community, and I just owe explanations for that mostly. And it also helps me set standards going forward for what I can put up with and what I can't. That's it. That's all.
The I Want to Live project did not seem to have clear answers as to the status of this Russian soldier. Right here, you're going to see a pretty clear FPV strike. That's what that was. Now, it's not clear if the explosions in the background are necessarily targeting this guy or not, right? I mean, he's in the middle of a war zone, and things do go boom in the middle of a war zone. But you'll see as he moves a little closer here, some of these strikes are very, very accurate, clearly targeting this one individual. Now, again, to be fair, there's no confirmation from just this footage that it's the Russians firing on him instead of Ukraine. But if he is truly moving towards Ukrainian lines, that puts him directly in range of a lot of the Russian artillery in areas they would be firing, and likely inside the minimum range for some of the Ukrainian munitions. There we go, seeing a drone flying out towards the Russian positions, and then right here at the end, I don't think the Russian here actually makes it all the way. That looked like another FPV drone. But we are seeing more of these kind of guided surrenders being carried out. So in this case, we have a Russian soldier hit with a Ukrainian drone drop, and he surrenders. All right, this just came out like 48 hours ago. He's ready to get out of there. And the drone kind of nods, see that nod there, telling him, follow, we'll guide you out to the Ukrainian lines where you can surrender. And the guy definitely wounded, right? You can see the drone at a couple different times. They bring another one overhead. They drop some supplies to him. It looks like at one point there's a water bottle they set down next to him. I think we got a water bottle there. And then I think a little later there's even some food they dropped to him. At one point I thought maybe there was some medical supplies dropped, but it doesn't look like that. It looks like just food and water at this point. But nonetheless, continuing his crawl across no man's land here. And I wanted to play this one specifically because we've seen a couple kind of presented like this, but this guy actually makes it all the way, yeah, there's the food, actually makes it all the way across to the Ukrainian lines where the Ukrainian soldiers are notified of his location. And you'll see here in a moment, they come out of the trench line to take him prisoner. Of course, incredibly risky on either side. There you go, Ukrainian soldier. First thing he does is hand him water. How about that? And then take him prisoner. So look, it's not easy, not straightforward to surrender to a drone. It takes a lot of risk on both sides. The Russian soldier, of course, accepting the risk that he might get shot halfway across, like we saw in the previous video, getting targeted by his own guys, or even that he might not be identified by the time he gets to Ukrainian lines and he pops up over there and somebody on guard duty didn't know this was happening and shoots him because he's an enemy soldier. At the same time, there's a risk for the Ukrainian drone. That drone could have been used in any number of other tasks, preventing Russian attacks, keeping an eye on Russian firing positions, maybe helping Ukrainian soldiers as they maneuver. So there's a risk reward on both sides here. Or, of course, that you guide the Russian soldier to your position and he doesn't actually want to surrender and he does something stupid once he's there. But nonetheless, I do think it's worth, there's so much death, destruction, and tragedy in war. I think it's worth highlighting when we get a chance some little bright spots like this and bright spots of humanity. Now, the big news overnight is that apparently the United States has turned back on military aid to Ukraine. Look, I'm not convinced the United States actually knows what we're doing here, at least the top levels of our administration. It feels very back and forth and contradictory in a lot of ways, but nonetheless, President Trump was asked about this during a dinner last night in the White House with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Here's what he had to say.
Are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard.
Now, this was followed by a statement put out by the DoD, specifically the Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell, who said, quote, at President Trump's direction, the Department of Defense is sending additional defensive weapons to Ukraine so that the Ukrainian people can defend themselves while we work to secure a lasting peace and end the killing. He added that the U.S. system for assessing military supplies globally remains in place and continues to be a key component of national defense priorities. Now, I don't want to get into the details of what exactly is turned back on or not. When they hammer on defensive capabilities, you have to assume that's probably more air defense type assets than necessarily Bradleys, Abrams, ATACMS, and HIMARS rockets. But nonetheless, there's been a little bit of allegation that we were sending 30, paused 30, and now agreed to send 10. I haven't seen that confirmed, so I'm going to stay away from the details at this point. But an interesting aspect brought up here by Tom Wright, a senior fellow at Brookings. He said about 6 weeks ago, I wrote in The Atlantic that the gutting of the U.S. National Security Council would mean that, quote, the Pentagon, Treasury Department, Department of Homeland Security, Central Intelligence Agency, and other agencies could likewise set up their own mini foreign policies, each based on the cabinet secretary's interpretation of what they heard from the president, whether in a meeting, a side conversation, or a Truth Social post. He said that's exactly what we've seen here with the Pentagon. I'm pretty sure they genuinely thought that unilaterally freezing military assistance to Ukraine without telling the White House was consistent with America First, but instead it was not what Trump wanted and has resulted in this very public U-turn. It underscores why any administration needs a functioning National Security Council and interagency process. And to take you back a couple, I'm not going to rehash this whole thing because my God, it was confusing. But we had the DoD saying it was fake news that anything had been paused. We had the White House saying it was the right move to pause aid. And we had the State Department saying it's just one thing and go back and talk to the DoD. So it was, and Ukraine had no idea. They hadn't been told anything. And our partners had not been told anything. So who knows, right? And the more I look at this, the more it does seem like a unilateral decision inside the Pentagon that as soon as it started to get some traction with people on the outside, there was enough pushback to where they're changing direction now. That, or it was directly contradictory to what President Trump wanted the whole time, although I think that one's a little more optimistic. Now, earlier today, an article came out from The Guardian talking about just why this pause was made, and this book put some pretty serious numbers on this, where they say the United States only has about 25% of the Patriot missile interceptors it needs for all of the Pentagon's military.
There was also a stat that came out not long ago about like how much of America's air defense was already spent on the first day of the Iran strikes. I think a lot of people forget just how expensive all of this is and actually like how limited it is, which is why when you have those Israeli airstrikes on all the ballistic missile launchers, it's like that's kind of if you ever do get into a situation where one of these states actually does have the ability, like a lot of them have the arsenal, like a lot of these groups can have like a big arsenal, but if they actually have the ability or the will to just fire off, like to just unload all at once, you probably would actually just get like, you could maybe like destroy a city with all that shit, because the interceptors would cave like fairly early on. It doesn't take much to overwhelm these systems. Like, think about it. Because shooting down a missile, right, in the middle of the sky, it's like, it's kind of like the logistical equivalent of shooting a bullet that's being fired at you, you know? It's such a insane piece of technology. So yeah, it's very expensive, it's very complex, very few people can do it. Which also means it's very easy for a shitload of very crude, easy to produce missiles can overwhelm it. Like, not that, without much difficulty.
Plans after burning through stockpiles in the Middle East in recent months, an alarming depletion that led the Trump administration freezing the latest transfer of munitions to Ukraine. That's low. That's really low. And I don't think that's ever been a secret that there's a shortage of air defense interceptors. There's a shortage of Patriot missile systems because we always want more. Everybody always wants more. 25% is very low. They say the stockpile of the Patriot missiles has fallen so low that it raised concern inside the Pentagon that it could jeopardize potential U.S. military operations, and Deputy Defense Secretary Stephen Feinberg authorized the transfer to be halted while they reviewed where weapons were being sent. Trump also told Ukrainian President Zelensky in a phone call that he was not responsible for the halt in weapon shipments and that he directed a review of U.S. weapon stockpiles but didn't order the freeze. So again, different foreign policy being pursued by different departments. This is so frustrating. We've been back and forth the whiplash of, are we going to send it? Are we going to support? Are we going to sanction Russia or not? Why are we sanctioning Ukraine now? What's happening? The up, down, sideways, back and forth makes it so hard to understand where this is going forward. And you got to think that it's an incredible headache to Ukraine that actually needs these munitions day in and day out and is likely planning future operations based off of what they think they're going to receive or what they've already been promised. And the fact that in this case, it seems like one person changed his mind and said, why don't we just stop that for a little bit, has very real world impacts. I mean, this was during the period of time where Russia launched over 500 munitions into Ukraine a couple days in a row. I think it was 3 days apart, more than 500 munitions. Those interceptors would have been useful. There were a lot of people killed and wounded in those attacks and maybe didn't have to be. They say, but the determination last month to halt the transfer is based in large part on
Did he just like cut his audio there? Yeah, speedrunner. Fuck.
Pentagon's Global Munitions Tracker, which is used to generate the minimum level of munitions required to carry out U.S. military operations plans. According to the tracker, which is managed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Pentagon's Defense Security Cooperation Agency, the stockpiles of a number of critical munitions have been below that floor for several years since the Biden administration started sending military aid to Ukraine.
What is this? Solution to drones. Wait, whose military is this? This is a good propaganda video, which means it's a shit military, surely. Rheinmetall. It's German, right? Okay. Fuck yeah, this is what Western military propaganda should be like. This is the standard. Come on. I don't even know what they're doing, but it looks based. Look at it. It's like an incredibly fucking sexy combine harvester, isn't it? It's like a It's like a glorified tractor. So they shoot down a drone. Okay. Wow. Oh yeah, fucking flanger. You hear that? This is a video game. This is fake. This is just AI video game. That guy was playing a video game. That was just a very large switch. It's whatever. Okay. Well done. Okay, get more of those. Just get more gamers on the field, and you're no problem.
Trump administration started a review of the depleted level of Patriot missiles and other munitions around February. Deliberations accelerated after the U.S. deployed more of the interceptors to the Middle East to support the Houthi campaign and to Israel. They note the situation became more acute following the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities last month when the U.S. fired close to 30 Patriot missiles to intercept Iranian ballistic missiles fired at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. All right, so not enough interceptors. Got it. Now we know. But here's the issue. We've known that for a while. And what I don't get, and this is so frustrating, is let's just make more. I know they're not easy to produce. I know they're expensive. There isn't a single country that utilizes the Patriot system that is saying...
Does Learnerbox not watch American arms manufacturer commercials? The arms manufacturers, yeah, they're probably different. Yeah, I'm thinking about the states, like the state military. Like, they have really shit propaganda. But yeah, I never really thought that much about the arms manufacturers. Send me your best in the Discord, okay? Stream suggestions. Send me your best American arms manufacturer commercial, okay? Pop off.
Right now, you know what? Actually, we've got enough. If we start churning these things out 10, 20x more per year, there are buyers right now, and they're getting to see how effective these are against Iranian missiles in Israel, against Russian missiles and aircraft in Ukraine. Let's do it. High-paying American jobs. We can sell these to our allies all around the world. Seems like win-win-win. And I know it's complex. I do not understand how we're 3 years into this war, and it doesn't seem like there's been a ramping up of production in the air defense realm. That seems criminally negligent in a lot of ways. Again, even if you don't want the United States involved in any way, shape, or form in this war, you know how much money could be pulled into the United States for selling this technology to allies around the world that are begging for it day in and day out? What are we doing here? Nonetheless, good news, I would say overall. The Russian response here is a little bit confused. Dmitry Medvedev said, quote, how should we feel about this? The same way as before, the way our soldiers do it, the way the Supreme Commander-in-Chief does it. No way. As in, like, you don't feel about it at all. Continue to achieve the goals of the special military operation, return our land, work for victory. And by and large, that's been the Russian response across the board today, just kind of writing this off, like, whatever, fine. It's just, they just kind of assume that the United States is going to continue backing Ukraine for the long haul until we don't, which from their perspective is probably a pretty smart assumption. Now, the news of more interceptors arriving in Ukraine or supposedly arriving in Ukraine is timely, given the fact that Russian strikes have really increased month over month for quite a while now. And we've seen recently Russia actually targeting recruitment centers in Ukraine, which is a bit of a change here. Vitaly Sarantsev, my apologies for the pronunciation, is a spokesperson for the Ground Forces Command of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, talked about a strike on the Territorial Center for Recruitment and Social Support in Kremenchuk just a couple days ago. And we got some videos of that strike as well. He said the reason to do that is to disrupt Ukrainians' mobilization efforts. He recalled that the Russian campaign began earlier with terrorist attacks on this and other social protection buildings involving a series of bombings and attempts to plant explosive devices. He said the focus of these campaigns right now are Poltava, where the strike occurred just a couple days ago, Kryvyi Rih and Kremenchuk, which was the more recent strike. So again, a couple of these facilities hit in recent days. He said, in light of this, we expect such attacks to continue. For our part, we do everything to protect both the service members working there and the civilians who visit these centers. So interesting bit of a change.
This one, Lockheed. Okay, let's go. So like cinematic, that music, Hans Zimmer shit. Wow. I don't even know what they're selling. Long-range anti-ship missile. Okay. Oh, are they gonna take out a ship? Where's the anti-ship missile? It's like 4.5 minutes long. What the fuck? Wow. Loads of buttons and lights. Why is it CGI though? What the fuck? Wow. Fuck's sake. This is fucking shit. It's like 2.5 minutes of build-up. That horrible. Do better. That's the best they can do? Fuck.
There with Russia clearly going after, and they're talking about it on Russian channels, clearly going after targeting and striking Ukrainian military recruitment centers. Now, over the course of the last couple days, there's actually been a bit of a...
The Rheinmetall one was better. It was a million times better. What the fuck was that I just watched? I'd be ashamed to be part of that military. I'd say as an arms manufacturer, but still, like, the military uses those arms. Fuck. The United States is cooked. There's going to be no morale at all.
Dip in Russian drone strikes. It's crazy to say this out loud. Only 200 were used over the last 2 days, which is kind of a decrease. Don't expect that to continue. What we've generally seen is it'll dip a little bit. Again, 200 Shahed. Look at the size of this drone next to a Ukrainian soldier, for reference. I think at times people assume that these drones are relatively small. These are cruise missiles. When you hear Shahed, think cruise missile, like the size, the payload. So when this thing crashes into the side of a building, it does a lot of damage. If it hits a car in the street, it's going to incinerate the car, kill everybody in there, no doubt, and probably a lot of people nearby. These are massive munitions. According to President Zelensky, he says there were 1,270 of these fired in Ukraine over the course of...
Fronts did a video recently on how the Russian government is trying to cope with the high casualties they are sustaining. It's called Russia's Deathonomics.
Thanks for the $10. Appreciate it. Yeah, my feeling is that, and again, it's not really based on all that much apart from like the history of the Soviet-Afghan war, but if I was going to make a prediction, I feel like if the war ends, it'll be because of that. Like Russia will just internally... It'll just implode based on the lack of tolerance for the deaths of their own people. Probably something like that. Maybe. Who knows? Jorda Populus. Oh no, I mean, sorry, ew, thanks for the 999. Russian soldiers have been unaliving themselves because they assume Ukrainians will treat them how the Russians treat the Ukrainians, execution or torture. Wow. Torture, huh?
Past week, along with 39 missiles and 1,000 glide bombs. Zelensky continued by saying, "We very much expect that our partners will fulfill everything we agreed on. Air defense is the main thing for protecting life. We're already quite dynamically implementing agreements on investments in our own weapons production, in particular, all types of drones. Special attention is paid to interceptor drones. We are contracted to the maximum. Thank you to all partners who will help." And a big focus here is going to be on these Shahed Iran-style drones, because even if we see a 20x increase in U.S. Patriot production magically that we haven't been able to figure out so far, those are not being utilized to shoot down these drones. And the majority of the munitions being used right now are drones. They're cheap, they're inexpensive, but they're also very deadly when they strike their target. So Ukraine has been using a number of other mechanisms, F-16s in kind of combat air patrol, flying around cities to shoot down these drones. We've seen man pads at times, not as much anymore, and a lot of high altitude interceptor drones that Ukraine has been tinkering around with more and more that, again, are comparable. It's a much better price comparison to downing a Shahed than using something like an actual interceptor from a Patriot. So Zelensky hits on that, special attention paid to interceptor drones, and we are seeing that technology advance day by day. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Wow. Okay. It would be quite weird because I remember thinking like it's kind of 50-50 with Trump. Like he'll probably just become a Putin glazer, or he will get frustrated with Putin and just completely flip as soon as he realizes that Putin is not going to humor his every wish. It'd be quite funny if both of those happened, just like one after the other, but it would also be good for Ukraine if Trump had a total 180 flip, because he should be supporting Ukraine. But we can only hope, eh? We can only hope. Goddamn. He'll flip back when Putin glazes him next. There's no... how does that... Is that just the cycle? He meets Putin, Putin glazes him, he loves Putin, and then he shits on Zelensky. He tries to get a peace deal. Putin doesn't really play ball. Trump gets mad. Cycle repeats. It's such a awful thing for like any kind of hope for international stability as well. Art of the deal, man. Just the art of the deal in play. Full force. Let me see. It's only 3.5 more years. What we got going on here? What's on the tabloids before we go into more serious shit? Nvidia becomes the first company ever to hit the 4 trillion market cap. What does that mean? Does that mean what happens if you get more Nvidia? Does it just peak? Surely it can still go up, right? Like, why would it? What? I don't do stocks, so I wouldn't know. Excuse me, I'm still sneezing. Still sickly. Ugh. It's a bubble 100%. Yeah, well. It means invest in Nvidia. Yeah, but if it's gone to market peak, like that's as high as it's going to go. There's no point going further. It's like Bitcoin in 2017. Asmongold backs up Tectone, admits he too uses foul language off stream. I don't care. Ethan predicts Anissa will divorce iDubbbz within a year. Okay.
Leave him. She's going to leave him within a year.
From this post?
Yes.
You're determining
I've been
that?
right about everything else I've said so far.
I mean, unfortunately, that is somewhat true.
Within a year, Anissa is going to leave Ian.
I mean, it could be.
She is starting to lay the
really not
breadcrumbs.
I mean, I guess that's not the biggest stretch. They don't seem like happy people,
Well, no, she's
cakes aside.
She is a complete, and I hate this phrase. I've avoided using this the whole time, but like it sucks that everything. It sucks to admit that in this case, everything people seem to have thought and said about her is apparently true, and she is a succubus. And she's gotten everything she can get out of Ian. And he's a...
This dispute over the Israel-Palestine conflict has really taken a very hard tangential turn, hasn't it? Like a very hard 90-degree turn. What the fuck? It is very funny how Hassan basically just kind of like chewed up iDubbbz and then just left him to the dogs. Like, oh God. I guess he's kind of done that with his orbiters as well. What was I watched that yesterday with Casey Tron. Where's Hassan? Oh no. That was fucking brilliant though. Whatever. Peter Pan syndrome. Huh?
People are saying young. That's true. You're washed, bitch.
Oh, true.
You're fucking.
You're the same age as me.
Yeah,
Aren't
but
you older than me?
But I accept it. You're trying to be young. I see your big ass pants.
But look at my fucking beard. I have white beard hairs.
No, what about this fucking chain link bullshit?
What do you mean?
You know what you're doing. You know what you're fucking doing. I accept who I am. You're gonna pretend to be young so long. It's gonna be so fucking pathetic.
But I just I can't.
When you're 40,
Dude,
dressing when it comes back around, and you're wearing leggings.
I went to a phase party. Which is already...
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I rest my case, folks.
Exactly. Good. I went to a phase party.
Yeah, how are you, man? Good to see you.
And at the phase party, they, there was a guy that was even older than me.
Oh, he is actually. I thought I noticed this earlier. He is actually going gray on the sides. Huh. That's like, what do you call it? It's going to be the salt and pepper beard if he's lucky. That's actually quite cool, though. I like the salt and pepper. I don't imagine Hassan does, because he calls people who are 2 years older than him pushing 40, and he amplifies everyone's age that he's attacking all the time, which does kind of suggest that he's quite insecure about his own age. But I mean, he seems insecure in general, so yeah.
Okay, and he was I think he was a magician or something.
Awesome.
And he had crazy hair.
He was a more honorable content creator than you.
Yeah, for sure.
He provided more to the...
I'm sorry, there's no other...
No, it's
fine. I can call...
Isn't he actually pushing 40? No, as far as I know, Hassan is my age. I think there's maybe only a month between me and Hassan. For last chat. Let's see. I don't... Yeah, I'm a month older than Hassan. That's it. Yeah. I'm only a month older. Yeah.
Call him up and send another chair
No,
up
it's
here.
good. I'm practicing being crunched up.
It's a nice.
I'm hiding.
It is a nice frame, cinematography wise. We have a little empty space up here.
I'm really small.
Yeah.
And you guys are really big. You guys are like my big brother.
We are huge, dude.
But
we're fucking jacked.
But I saw this guy, and he's definitely in his 40s, maybe late 40s, and he's surrounded by these 20-year-olds, and I was like, if I'm ever
that, I need to kill myself.
When you are that.
No, I will never be that.
When
I will
you are
never,
that.
Like, I don't.
He looks so much older. Yeah, well, I tend to try and live a fairly stress-free life, and it's probably 95% genetics, but whatever. Big fucking deal, man. You can also get those people who they can do all their aging within like 2 years. Like, so I don't know how that happens, like what the biology is behind that, but like there are these people in society who will look the same age for like 10 years, and then on year 11 they've aged 11 years. I'm like, what the fuck just happened to you? What the fuck? What did you do? What? How'd you? I don't understand that. How does that happen? I can understand it happening with growth spurts because it was like hormones and shit, but how does it happen with just general aging? How? It's inconceivable. Menopause. Okay. I don't know, maybe there's a good scientific reason for it, but I just don't know what it is. Having food and drugs, yeah, but it's the body shutting down. God, the body starts shutting down in your mid-30s. It's fucking crazy. I can't say early 30s anymore. I'm 34. I'm in mid-30s now. I've crossed mid-30s territory. I'm in no man's land. Mid-30s. Am I supposed to have kids and be a millionaire? Tectone. Anissa. I don't know what's happened to me. I just have no appetite for any of this drama now. Like, I'm just scrolling past this. I'm just like, boring, 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 boring. Ethan's dropping tons of stories. Can you post proof of you being harassed by Ethan? Your reply is proof. Boring. I don't even want to read all that. I'm not reading all that. Loner Court Discord drama is just on a whole other level. I don't even want to fucking address that. This is all stuff that's like, wait, I've done nothing, okay? And like all this shit just comes on my plate all at once. And I'm like, fucking hell. I just don't know why people don't block each other for a lot of these situations, but I guess it's because people like fighting. Okay, come on. Keep me stimulated somehow, okay? I need some slop in my life. This is amazing. This is holy shit. Look at that shoe. Look at that hole. Wow. It's the same shot from 5 different camera angles. Way to go. Holy fuck. It looks like, do you guys know this? This is like a very niche reference, okay? Where was that frame? It's a quick frame. This looks like, you ever been to an airport and there's always like some trash wank hotel right next to the airport that's away from the city, probably because someone missed a flight or just has to stay the night or some bullshit. This is every hotel. This is every one of those hotels. This fucking Minecraft hotel, this like 8-bit aesthetics hotel that's always next to an airport for some reason. And you go in there and you feel like if you go in there, you might never leave. like you go in, but when you try to leave, it feels like the exit door will just take you right back to the door of your room. What? Why that? Oh, they'll never see us for this camouflage of the trees. Wait, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a It's 8-bit trees. What? Who's fighting in that environment? Wait. Why do I have to Google this? And it looks like it's blending in perfectly. Look, just in case you find yourself fighting in an 8-bit video game. They'll never find us here. Look at that. You can't even tell where one ends and the other one begins. They'll never find us in this Minecraft setup. Look, you can complete the block. Come on. Come on. Stop fucking with me. What a beat. I think Germany will probably become the new superpower after the next big war. They'll turn up last minute and then just take advantage of that situation and then rebuild the new world in their image. And honestly, maybe they deserve it, you know, the poor Germans. Because really, like, the World War I and II, like, that was just them being like, come on, everyone else has an empire, why can't we have one? That's all right, isn't it? That's legit. Beautiful. Okay, what was I looking at before that? Oh yeah, the tabloids. There's nothing here though. There's nothing here. IShowSpeed hosting a 100K Fortnite tournament. Whatever, dude. What are these two fighting over?
So personally fucking offended.
All right, let's talk about victims and then let's talk about people's dads, Destiny. What's crazy is you want to bring up my dad, but what's crazy is you look like a guy who doesn't even know his dad. And your son probably
Wait, what did he say about Tecton's dad?
So personally fucking offended.
All right, let's talk about victims and then let's talk about people's dads, Destiny. What's crazy is you want to bring up my dad, but what's crazy is you look like a guy who doesn't even know his dad. And
I think the allegation against Tecton's dad, wasn't it that he sexually abused people? Is that what he did? Wait. What did Tecton's dad do? Yeah, he was. He was convicted of... wait, was he? He was convicted by the military. Pornography charges. Sexual assault. Is it pornography or sexual assault? Sexual harassment and assault. He was convicted. Okay, so it wasn't an accusation. He actually was convicted for 14. Okay. Whoa. So Destiny was making fun of Tecton's dad? Okay. And then Tecton responded with, you look like you don't know your dad. Okay. That's it's probably not the most effective comeback, but why is he talking about Tecton's dad? Is that like a normal thing for Stephen to do? How did it start? What?
Your son probably also wishes that he didn't know his dad. Because you want to talk about victims. Brother, I got thousands of victims in my chat where all of our eyes were sexually assaulted by your ass when we all saw you sucking a dick on Twitter. Brother, there's not enough bleach in the world to get me to forget about that fucking goatee going down on that sloppy toppy. Ain't nobody want to see that shit. And the worst thing is, cum foot fetish? Come on, man. Come on. Like, let's chill. And Destiny, listen, brother, I don't want to have issues with you, man. I'll be real, bro. I still like the way you debate. I still like the way you conduct yourself. I have no want to sit here and have then I'm going to take a shot at him. And then he's
It started because Destiny made a joke about the kids dying in Texas. What, in the floods? Okay. My guess is Texas is a red state, and the joke is that everyone who's going to attack me over this are people who actually were celebrating or making fun of the California wildfires or whatever the fuck else, right? Is that the gist? Double standards, discourse farming, pretty standard. Okay.
gonna take a shot at me. I have no issues with you, bro. I don't. I really don't. I mean, yeah, I think you're being gay as fuck, right? But who cares? The problem is, Destiny, is that I know you and Dan Saltman are good buddies, and I
mean, that is true. Like, Republicans do have an insane double standard over that shit, but it's like there are probably also other people listening who probably feel bad that anyone is dying in America over shit like that, but whatever.
Like Dan, I really don't want to have any issues with my boy's boy, right? So just like, you know what I mean? Just ease up a little bit. Let's all relax. I don't know what crisis you're going through right now, but it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be all right. And if you want to give me a daily clip where you say, oh, did you hear about his dad? Oh, did you hear about the allegations? Mank. Did you hear that he played Genshin Impact? Go ahead. I guess I can preemptively make a bingo card and say, what is the streamer going to say about me? But you know what you're not going to say? Anything bad that I actually did. That's why I don't care.
Okay. I am, maybe I'm just too boring for this space. Oh God. Because all I really see with these attacks now is I just see like engagement farming. That's all I'm really noticing here. It's like people are like, because I've noticed that in the recent days, you're too grown up. I don't even know if it's a grown up thing. Like, I'm immature in my own ways, but it's like, it's just that when I see a lot of this now, I just think like the streamer space has been a little bit more quiet recently. At least like there's not really been any particular arc that everyone's talking about, like the Ethan Hassan debate or some breaking news like Iran bombing fucking and Israel getting like attacking with Iran and Israel fighting each other. Like there's not really anything like that right now. So people just are like okay, how do we make something out of this? But yeah, whatever. Job's a job. Anissa pin tweet. Whatever, dude. Stop killing games. Oh yeah, I think the verdict on this was that Pirate Software's retarded fucking self-aggrandizing narcissism resulted in Stop Killing Games actually getting to where it wanted to be, which is quite nice. Okay. If it's what I think it is, which I think is maybe a good idea. My understanding of Stop Killing Games is just that when video game companies stop hosting online games, then like when they just stop, then they would usually just shut them down. And that means people who paid for the game can't play it online because they didn't really, something about whether or not they actually bought the game itself or the world, or they actually just bought a license, which is temporary until the company stops. So like imagine, God forbid, a world where Blizzard just stops with World of Warcraft. They're like, yeah, we're done. We're not really investing into this anymore. Sorry. But then no one can get any servers. And it's like, oh shit, what's going on? No one can play anymore, but they're monthly things. That makes sense for them. But yeah, wouldn't you like a world where you can actually have the access to the game? And I think Stop Killing Games is about that. It's about being able to host servers or whatever the fuck else for online games when the company is fucked off. But then the question is like, whose responsibility is it? So if you're a company, does that mean that you are obligated to keep hosting your game after you're done with the business, or do you just have to make it like open source? You have to just give it up for free, like open source, or do you have to have a plan, like a contingency plan? Huh. It's for all games. Okay. Loner being more correct than Pirate Software with very little information is funny. Bro, I have no fucking idea. I don't actually care that much about video games, okay? I play like one game that I started playing 20 years ago, okay? Like, I don't give a fuck about games. Games are shit. They're a waste of time. What does the wiki front page say? Maybe this can give us some insight. It's a consumer movement and initiative that has the goal of preserving video games after they're taken offline. The initiative was started in 2024 by Ross Scott after the shutdown of The Crew, a racing game that required a constant internet connection, despite being mostly single player. Oh, you had to single player. Oh, okay. Oh. A central concern of the initiative involves online-only games being listed on storefronts prominently as a purchase instead of a rent or lease. Yeah, so Blizzard would be off the hook here, right? Because they're a lease, not for Warcraft anyway. Despite the possibility of access being remotely denied to the purchaser, without an expiration date at the time of purchase by the publisher unilaterally. The initiative quickly gathered popularity, being covered by various YouTubers and news outlets. The movement has launched multiple government petitions. So what are they asking for, though? Why am I asking chat? I don't trust chat with anything anymore. Fuck. I should never have. They have an explanation of the FAQ. Maybe this is interesting. Who knows? Stop killing... Bah! Games. Also, I will actually support this regardless of whether it's good or bad, because it would make Pirate Software mad. So it's an EU. Oh, I'm not EU. I'm not EU. I'm a scallywag. Fuck. There's a UK. Okay, it's fine. Where's the FAQ? How is it going to save video games? Answer. If companies face penalties for destroying copies of games they have sold, this is very likely to start curbing this behavior. If a company is forced to allow customers to retain their games even in one country, implementing those fixes worldwide becomes a trivial issue for them. If destroying a game you paid for became illegal in France, companies that patch the game would likely apply the same patch to the games worldwide. An analogy to this process is how the ACCC in Australia forced Valve to offer refunds on Steam, so Valve ended up offering them to people worldwide as a result. Does this mean that video game companies are expected to keep their games online and to maybe even spend money on it, even if they shut down? Or is there a way that they can do it without losing anything or gaining? Because my guess is if the business with relation to that game is done, it would make sense for it just to be like people who paid for the game can get it and the company doesn't pay money or lose any. Let's see. Aren't you asking to companies? Okay. No, we're not asking that at all. We're in favor of publishers ending support for a game whenever they choose. What we are asking for is that they implement an end-of-life plan to modify or patch the game so it can run on customer systems with no further support from the... Oh. So it can run customer systems with no further support from the company being necessary. We agree that it is unrealistic, so the company doesn't support it. But that does mean that they have to have something in place. But how much money do you... Okay, so if you're a company, okay, and I host this online-only the game, maybe if it's one player, but then I'm now obligated... Say I'm like a small company, okay? Say I'm obligated to make it so that it can run on customer systems with no support. Is it as simple as like a copy paste thing that lets them do that? Or do I have to spend money on doing that they can actually install the game rather than just... It's pretty easy. But I don't know if that's true because you're a chatter. You're just a measly little chatter, and I don't care. It's like a dev question, isn't it? It's like a tech question. Oh no. But I'm guessing this kind of thing is only going to be accessible after the company has ended their support, right? After the end of life thing. Because once, obviously, it happens before you're at end of life, then people would just be able to run the game themselves, even though it should be an online thing for whatever reason. Pirates do it without the. How do people get? How do people run private servers in World of Warcraft? Is that actually is what they do legal, or how do people? Reverse engineering. And is that like a... Huh. I'm guessing they're just a way that people can like absorb the fucking data from the game, and, or just like, yeah, take all the information from the game and just make their own... Huh. Huh. Some got sued. Huh. But they're hosted where Blizzard can't sue. I see, I see. It would be funny if Loner agreed with Pirate in the end. Yeah, but it looks like what these companies are being asked to do is not that difficult. So if it's possible for any random shitter, because bro, I was like 16 when one of my friends set up a fairly functioning private server, okay? And I was like, if that retard could do it in 2006 or whatever, then surely it's not that difficult for a company to just do something that means that when the game stops getting support, then it can just be hosted somewhere else, accessible. It must be a very easy thing. If it was easy to do private servers for games for companies that weren't trying to let you do it. So, but Blizzard was not trying to let people do it, and fucking teenagers could do it anyway. Depends on the game, surely. What'd you call me? Actually, can I get some ones in chat if you support Pirate Software? If you think he was correct on this, if this is like a bad initiative. Does anyone else oppose it? There's Mutahar actually. I heard he might have, but I don't remember if it was him. Spider. Okay, he's trolling. You guys are just fucking trolling. Fuck off. A better idea will be to make it open source. Yeah, because to make something open source is like you're literally just I'm trying to describe the thing. Like just like a click and drag. To me, yeah, to make it open source is just like, yeah, this is everything we've got, and just boom, there it is. That's just like a few clicks away. We agree that it is unrealistic to expect companies to support games indefinitely and do not advocate for that in any way. Additionally, there are already real-world examples of publishers ending support for online-only games in a reasonable way, such as Gran Turismo Sport, Knockout City, Mega Man X Dive, Scrolls, Jewel... Okay. Is impractical without company servers. The majority of online multiplayer games in the past functioned without any company servers and were conducted by the customers privately hosting servers themselves and connecting to each other. Games that were designed this way are all still playable today. As to the practicality, this can vary significantly. If a company has designed a game with no thought given towards the possibility of letting users run the game without their support, then yes, this can be a challenging goal to transition to. If a game has been designed with that as an eventual requirement, then this process can be trivial and relatively simple to implement. Another way to look at this could be problematic for some games of today, but there's no reason it needs to be games for games of the future. Can you expect all features to work when support ends? Oh, whatever. Don't care about that. Won't asking for this harm developers. It's very unlikely and is far more likely to benefit them. Many video game developers have voiced their dissatisfaction with having a game they spent years of their lives working on destroyed by their publisher, being powerless to stop it. By having laws required the game to function, it would help their work and legacy endure. It is possible a small number of creators could find new requirements problematic if they were unprepared for them, but we anticipate that if implemented, there would be a significant lead in time, giving developers time to prepare for the changes. Okay. The cost associated with this implementing this requirement can be very small, if not trivial. The next thing I was going to ask is, are these kinds of games, these like online only especially the multiplayers, are they even that difficult? Is it possible for a tiny dev company to actually even do those? Is this true that small developers wouldn't even run into this problem? Is that actually true? I don't know how much it costs to do like an online only game. Like, yeah, who's it small for? Is it small for a big company or for a tiny dev wanker thing? They do them all the time. Oh, well, if what you're saying is true, that might be huge. You might be killing the little man. Oh, no. Golly. Ugh. This sounds like a whole project, man, getting into this one. Fuck. Do I want to learn this as a topic of interest? Probably not. Probably don't give a single fuck. It's not hard for the little dev. I have based on what I've seen from the amount of support from people who know this thing better than I do, it seems like this thing is fairly inoffensive, but who knows? But I don't have any investment in it, right? Because I'm not a gamer. I could never. Online only games are easy to make offline or adapted and to be able to host private lobbies. It really isn't difficult. When you say you're a game dev, though, are you actually a game dev, or did you and your mates just make a fucking board game like 10 years ago? I don't fucking know, because everyone's done that. Okay. Oh. All right, do I want to cover the fucking chaos? Who knows? Maybe. Yeah, fuck. Oh, God. I didn't ask for this. This isn't the first time, like some stupid fucking drama has come into my lap and I didn't even do anything to warrant it, but okay. It's not even that fucking interesting, man. It's not even that interesting. It's just like I'm doing the very sanitized version of it because, I don't know, people are fucking snowflakes. Am I using that term? People are fucking pathetic and I'm just kowtowing to it, I guess, because I'm a nice guy. I don't know. Oh, before I do that, though, I've done a little bit of an update for the community rules because I kind of made the first ones in like 2020. And obviously, I think I've learned a few things about how to have a community running since then compared to when I had like 100 viewers. So we'll do a little reassessment. Okay, I'm going to talk about some rules here and then we'll just see how it goes going forward. I think really the problems with like the moderation in the community so far have not really been massive issues. It's just that like there's been a combination of things that have been a bit cliquey in some places, including with mods, which has meant that like some decisions are a little bit compromised, I think. And there's also an issue where some rules are just getting treated too much like hard rules rather than guidelines. So, or just the fact that things are just interpreted in the wrong way, right? Because you can have a category, like you can say no of this ism or whatever. But the problem is that when you have people who are very quick to shoehorn fairly like benign behavior into that ism, it's like, yeah, you get into a bit of an issue. So, We'll go with this so far. There's like a little mission statement at the top. And then we'll just do some guidelines. This is kind of like just like a paraphrase of what I wrote 5 years ago about the community, so we'll just go with that. I created this server in part due to popular demand in YouTube comments and from patrons. This is for the Discord server, but everything I'm saying here as well probably applied to the Reddit as well. So yeah, it'll be across the board. The rules here are likely to go through small changes and depending on circumstances, but for now, I think I should state my broad intentions for this server. I want this to be a place for people to have discussions, debates, share memes, make friends, and all those good things. Though my disdain for reactionary/extremist politics should be clear to anyone who has made it here, I have always prided myself on my ability to challenge and dislodge those ideas when faced by them, and I believe there's a balance to be struck between being an echo chamber and a place where toxic beliefs are allowed to run rampant. The community is naturally going to be majority liberal and left-leaning, but it will never be 100% partisan. There is a time and place for safe spaces, but I don't intend to create one here. That said, there is a difference between contention and bad faith, and I have no time for people who are just here to spew propaganda, attack marginalized people, and ruin the community for everyone else. Okay. This is one kind of like main guideline that I am going to try to remind people of as often as possible. I also want to apply this to mods as well, because I think it does affect them too. But this is just something that I think affects like absolutely fucking everyone. So, assume good faith until proven otherwise. Did you use AI to write that? No, I've never used AI to write anything. Why would you even ask that? What's wrong with that? What the fuck? Can AI do that? Or is that even? Never mind. There are plenty of people in the world who hold at least some harmful opinions. People who communicate their opinions in bad faith or out of genuine desire to do harm to large groups of people are actually much less common. Criticism, even if it's harsh, is always welcome, but I have a shrinking tolerance for people who are more interested in shoehorning others into some indefensible category. If you accuse someone of being dishonest, bigoted, a terrorist supporter, an atrocity denier, or anything along those lines, these are strong claims that demand strong evidence. People who have a habit of behaving like this are not welcome. So again, it's like there is an issue where people will appeal to community rules and say like, oh, well, we don't allow sexism or like racism or anything like that. But you do get an issue where people will like to just take something that someone said and connect it to like, well, they said A, and A kind of makes me think of B, and B kind of makes me think of C, and C is kind of the thing that would often be said by people who think D, therefore this person believes E. And I'm like, this is fucking, it's like, that kind of thing to me is just like total bullshit. I really, we can maybe use some examples going forward of what, we can use some examples of maybe things that we've had in the community in the past. But I really just don't want to be in this space where people are using the community as a way to just kind of are using like the mod rules, and this is community members as well, because I get DMs like this all the fucking time from people or complaints from people where they are just kind of like trying to use community guidelines as a way to enforce their like partisan preferences. Yeah, that's going to be an issue that we'll try to rein in a little bit. But all the same, bigotry, racism, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, or anything else that specifically targets marginalized groups. You can be edgy, but this only works when the community understands the joke. If it becomes clear that your humor is just a vehicle for you to discriminate against people, expect to get a ban. So when we talk about edginess, obviously in the server, lots of people use like humor that in the wrong environment would just be bigoted, right? So there is humor that gets used in the community that might be like a big problem if you were in like a, say like a right-wing space where those jokes are actually just masking sincerely held like toxic beliefs, right? So I'm not going to do like a hard ban on slurs and things like that because obviously people use them in different ways. But there is quite an easily noticeable like pattern of behavior from people that does actually take you into a situation where like those jokes and those like tongue-in-cheek references or that use of slurs is actually just being used to communicate like a real belief. So I want to just look out for that as well. So when I say like homophobia, racism or whatever, I don't really see like someone occasionally being like, oh, that's gay when they're talking about Putin doing a war crime, right? Like that kind of like, to me, that's just tongue in cheek. And I don't think there are like LGBT people in the community who are going to feel unsafe because someone's doing that. Whereas when someone is doing like the anti-gay stuff, like very commonly and very, and using like their humor to care more about the implication of the joke rather than like the punchline, like there's like there's clearly like a social or political preference being injected into that humor. Like that's when there's a bit more of a problem. Russophobia still allowed. Bullying and harassment. A lot of you claim to like my content because I think independently and don't fall neatly into any specific political niche. Naturally, that means the community fosters a wide variety of opinions, but this also brings a lot of contention. This is completely healthy, but it's also unavoidable that some of you just won't like each other. People being mean to each other is one thing, but there is a threshold where this just becomes bullying and harassment, neither of which will be tolerated. So again, fairly easy way around this. If you think if someone doesn't like you and you don't like the comments they're making towards you, like for one, just block them. There's so much fucking shit I've had to deal with over the last like couple of weeks where I just thought like this would just go away if you just block them. Like that's it, just block them. And then you can use that as an opportunity to see that if they're using that block and trying to get around that block, then you've got a really strong case. Like you're solved. You've got no problem at all dealing with this. I think this also maybe especially goes for guests as well. I think if someone's being like a guest on the stream and the call, people who want to criticize them is one thing, but when people start to like veer into proper fucking like vitriol when someone is a guest or say like someone that I'm talking with in a maybe even like a debate, but not like a very hostile debate or like a slight disagreement, then I don't think it should devolve into just like absolutely like brutalizing them. And again, it's a very hard thing to enforce because it's like, it's not so much like one comment, it's the fact that there's a wall of comments. So every now and then it might just need like a call out or someone who is just repeatedly doing it, like to just like completely bad faith shit on guests, then that's like a big problem as well. But it's the same with other community members too. Doxing. I doubt anyone in the community is an important enough figure that their personal information would serve any kind of public interest. This also goes for the moronic excuse of this person's information was publicly accessible. All I did was compile it in one place, knowing that it would result in harassment, LOL. Obviously, I don't really know how much doxing of others has been done in the community, but again, fairly avoidable. Weirdness around women. Well, this gets its own heading. Notice there's like a one for the bigotry and then a separate one for the women, guys, okay? Because holy shit. At the end of the day, I think we tend to mostly do it okay, but we're still always going to be like a bit of a boys club. Like it's always going to be something like 85 to 90% men in the server, just because the content I do is very combative. It's very debate bro-y. It's just that it's the kind of community that tends to attract a male audience. That's just what happens. Again, when I say weirdness around women, I don't mean like the overt fucking dude frat bro sexism, which anyone can notice and is quite easy and would have just done with this first category. There are a few things here where I am actually going to encourage slightly separate standards for the way we treat men and women in the community, like what's acceptable, because you'll see why. My content covers a particular set of topics and does so in a way that is more likely to attract a male audience. As it stands now, the viewership is a little over 10% women, which means there are certain behaviors that will very quickly make them feel like outsiders, even if that isn't the intention. I don't care if you need to tell the community that you think the female news anchor on the screen is hot. Something as simple as this, especially when it's coming from multiple people, can be alienating for women in the audience in a way that isn't the same if you, quote, reverse the roles. I won't be going on some dedicated mission to make audience demographics 50-50, so long as women are... So as long as women are a minority in the community, I'd rather they didn't have to feel as if they were trapped in a boys' toilet. So again, just because something is not necessarily misogynistic, like saying like, oh, she looks good, she's a fucking news anchor, okay? Like, it has no relevance to what she's doing. And like using that kind of thing might feel inoffensive to you, and there are areas of society and spheres of life where it is completely inoffensive. But when you're like a woman coming into the server as a like minority, then seeing potentially like 3 or 4 people even is enough to just think like, oh yeah, there's just like there's just I'm just trapped in a fucking boys' toilet, okay? And that's maybe not nice. It's not nice to not as nice to deal with. Making comments about voices in the VC. Yeah, that's another thing as well, like attacking immutable characteristics and shit like that. In comparison, this community has plenty of women, plenty of other politics-centered communities barely have any. Yeah, I know. And I think we do a reasonably good job of that because we don't have that much of a high tolerance, or, well, we have a fairly low tolerance for that behavior. Now, there is an example of where we've gone quite far the other way, where again, people have weaponized accusations of sexism and inappropriate behavior where it really wasn't necessary, but we'll get to that. She looks like not so erudite. Like things like that are not so much of an issue because that person does just look like not so erudite. And I don't think that's like a face blind kind of joke, right? Like, oh, these 2 people never seen in the same room. Like that's not an issue, right? It's also by the same token that like, it depends on context, right? If I ever, for whatever reason, watch a fucking makeup tutorial with a woman in it and people want to comment on her looks and say like she's done a good job with the makeup, it's probably okay, right? But when it's a news presenter, that's probably a bit different because she's clearly not there to be, for the subject matter to be her looks, right? And then we get into another issue, as Scarlett mentioned, what happens when women in the chat compliment each other or compliment looks of women, then that's probably a bit different. But just make sure you've got a very easily identifiable feminine name, because otherwise you're fucked, right? What if they're lesbian women loner books? I hope that's a joke, and you know the answer to that. You think men can say someone has pretty eyes? You might do. You might think that's okay to say, but not here. I don't want to see that as much anymore. Fuck that. It's not that it's not even that it's a bad thing to say in isolation, like if one chatter said it. The problem is that when it's not one chatter, right? It's a fucking potential wall of text that I just don't want like women to deal with. Like it's a pain in the ass. It's an absolute pain in the ass. But again, it's not going to be like a hard enforced rule because obviously it's like, I think there are things where, again, like certain behaviors and certain like crossing of boundaries, like especially since they're quite small like this, I think they can be dealt with quite easily with just like an explanation or like a short timeout or whatever else. Like it doesn't need to be like hard bans for things like this, but it might get to a stage where like if someone's just like clearly not listening, then we will get there. But okay. It's more like, again, we're talking guidelines and like cultural shifts. Calls for violence, any serious threats of violence or wishing harm on others, an absolute red line, and should expect to be met with a permanent ban. Again, I'm using serious quite emphasized here. I don't think the odd kill yourself in like KYS in Discord is like a serious threat of violence or harm. But if you're too fucking retarded to tell the difference between that and an actual threat of harm, like I'm going to come to your house. I hope you get swatted. I hope you suffer X, Y, Z way, like in a way that might actually be kind of like tangible. Then yeah, that's a bit different. Okay, but if you can't tell the difference, just don't say anything at all. Shameless self-promotion, pretty simple. Don't excessively self-promote. There's a time and place to post your videos. We have like one channel in the Discord for it. People can do it in Reddit occasionally if it's relevant. But yeah, like trying to use the community as a kind of like vehicle to just like boost your entire channel is maybe not the best idea. NSFW, stop gooning or do it somewhere else, okay? All of you right now, hands above the table. Brigading. We do not allow raids or the encouragement of brigades against other communities or individuals and creators. This also goes for mass reporting, starting email campaigns, or anything else of the sort. If we ever need to go on a campaign against some big corpo, TM, or whatever else, I'll organize it myself. I can't ever imagine myself needing to do... I can't ever imagine myself needing to do a fucking... like email campaign against some company or whatever, but who knows? If I do, it'll be from me, okay? Nagging the mods. The mods are working to keep the community enjoyable for everyone. If you do have an issue, ask yourself how strong you think your case is before expecting them to take action. Screenshots are always helpful if you think someone else in the community is out of line. Now, people... maybe this is my fault, or maybe this is just people who don't have a very strong case have done this thing where if you find yourself in a position where you need to make like 50 pages of shit with commentary and timeline to think that someone needs to get banned, I have a feeling that might just mean you don't have a case. Like if it needs, because again, more pages of information can still be frivolous, okay? Like the bigger the complaint does not mean it's the more valid, okay? What works for me usually is if you think someone has been racist or whatever, just like usually you can just compile the shit that they've done into like one fucking Imager link, and then there's just a scroll of it, and it's like, oh yeah, that person is just like habitually a cunt, right? That's all I need. I don't, going forward, okay? I don't need these like fucking effort post, like some, because some people do this thing that's like, you look at it and it looks like they've written a report about like investigating 20 years of police brutality in Scunthorpe or some shit, right? And there needs to be like recommendations at the end. Like that's not necessarily what I need, okay? And I will also, obviously, I will look for context generally, because sometimes people use these things in bad faith, okay? It's not good. Anti-Wilk agitprop. The thing with Wilk's docs, if I remember correctly, was that they actually were quite well put together. Like they were actually entertaining to read. It made me think of the Ethan's Lawyer with like, well, if we're gonna do 80 pages, we might as well make it fun. But yeah. Anyway, 14 pages. Especially for the mods as well, because they're working like in their own in their own free time, right? And especially when it's an issue that needs to come to me in the end. There was an issue in the just recently, which I won't name names on or anything like that, but like it was basically just like an inter-community drama where people actually were, at least where we banned about 3 or 4 people for just actually engaging in like racism against other creators or other community members, like just flat out. And honestly, like all I needed to see was just like that, and then it's like, okay, this person's clearly like just not fit for the space. But anyway, mod note. Ultimately, the enforcement of these rules will be up to the discretion of the mods. Sorry, don't cry, etc. If you feel unclear about any of these rules, please feel free to message any of the Model UN team or admin or Chadmin, sorry, and we will try to assist. This is like for Discord. Okay. Okay. So. I do answer DMs, FYI. Yeah. Are jokes about gooning allowed, like calling Drew Pavlu a gooner for tweeting about Mandani's wife? I don't know why that would ever be like a red line. Like what, for joking about other people being gooners? No, I don't think that's an issue. No. Okay. In before someone sends an essay for a question. Yeah, right. What part of this was going to make Spider leave? Well, we have to get to that bit, don't we? We have to get to that bit. Oh, God. Okay. I did actually have a haircut booked today, but the fuckers did not take down my appointment, so I have to go another day. Fuck. Anyway. We have to make some illustrations for this next bit, okay? Because this problem kind of overlaps a little bit. I'll publish this to the Discord and Reddit as well. Also, I just want to put this ahead of time, okay? Because I know that you know, okay? And you know that I know. There are definitely people somewhere behind the scenes right now who are being like, he really put out these rules, yet he's about to let someone get away with breaking these rules. Like, yeah, I know that's the thing, okay? Don't worry about that, okay? Fuck. So people would believe. Okay, there's an issue here, all right? Oh, fuck me. I hate talking about I hope you understand how much I fucking despise talking about this. So, like, this whole thing that's happened in the last couple of weeks is probably, like, easily one of the most, like, depressing and, like, fucking actually kind of hurtful situations, like, that I've had with internet hatred. Much more so than anything that comes from like the Hassan sphere or anything like that. Like regardless of the numbers, of anything that came from Nazis beforehand, I was like, yeah, we're in a different fucking world right now. Even though it doesn't, like, on face value, it just seems like probably the kind of thing you would never really understand what it feels like unless you were in that position. But it's whatever. But we're gonna behave ourselves. I'm not gonna go overboard, but we'll see. Because there's kind of like a problem now, or this is a situation as I think it should be, right? Which is that you have haters, okay? As a creator, and I have a lot of haters, okay? Because I put out a lot of I'm a very snarky person, okay? I make people hate me, okay? I'm a bit of an asshole. That's fine. But the haters are they're over here, okay? This is you guys. This is you guys. You're here, okay? You're all good, okay? This is all my little boxoids, okay? That's you guys. And usually the understanding is that some of you have criticisms, okay? And those criticisms are the orange ones, the orange lights, okay? And that's cool as well, okay? But some of you occasionally will become these guys. And you know what you do when you're this guy? Fuck off, okay? If you're this person, okay, and you actually just like really don't like me or like what I've become, go here. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't need you. You're nothing to me, okay? I hope you have a happy life. I honestly do, okay? I don't wish any fucking harm on you or whatever. Go there. But there's this problem now where recently people, because this server, like this community is full of fucking diverging opinions, like there's all kinds of, like, especially your fucking Israel-Palestine shit, not to mention other things where we have lots of lefties, we have lots of liberals, we have some centrists, we have a couple of right-wingers, okay? We have all these people. And they argue a lot, okay? So we have this issue where some people who have their little issues don't necessarily want to be part of all that. So they make their little servers, they make separate servers. And usually these servers are not necessarily just for people who are annoyed by issues in the broader community. They're sometimes just like people who are small friend groups, okay? Or there's some people who are like, oh yeah, I just need to get away from that. Like there's like, for example, people need to get away from the debate space, right? Like they want to maybe be a little bit less challenged on every opinion or news story that they bring up, right? So they're fine. They're whatever. Now, sometimes there'll be people who are all kind of like fans, and they're fine as well. But then they will not get along with like two people in here. So these guys over here will have to make their own Splinter server. There's like a splinter of a splinter going on, okay? This has happened. This is a real thing that has happened in the community, where these guys jumped ship into this Discord to get away from two people or three people, right? And sometimes there's like leaks get passed back and forth, and people are in here will shit on these people, and people will shit on these people, and then it'll get leaked, and then it'll end up on my fucking door, right? And then I just want to say, if you want to do any of this behavior, which I will never abide or understand, and it'll never make sense to me, okay, why you people do this. But if you guys do this, you can do your own Discord servers outside of this one. You can do your splinter Discords for your little cliques or your little niche issues or whatever. You can do that, okay? But if anything gets fucking like leaked out of your server and screenshotted and sent to another person, and you've said something that is like bannable in this community, then you're fucking off. Sorry. Like, that's just the risk you take. And just so you guys know, if you want to do stuff like this, you all have leakers, okay? I know all of you. You all have fucking leakers, okay? And some of you don't even know who all your leakers are. Most of you don't know who all your leakers are. So, sorry. But the thing I've had an issue with now, okay? Because I've spoken about this before, okay? I am not a very socially dependent person, and most of what I enjoy doing is like by myself. Most of what I don't need that much emotional support or like socializing in my life to feel like a normal human being or whatever. I'm just generally not like that. And when I've been part of friend groups in the past, it's usually always just kind of like I always feel like just like a little bit on the outside, just a little bit. And and if they ever get involved in any fucking nonsense and people have to take sides because one person is fighting with the other, well, I'm just like, fuck off. I don't care about that. Like, I just detach myself. I don't really feel like I need to. Like, that's kind of how I've usually lived. But that also means that I'm probably not that experienced in dealing with a lot of interpersonal drama. So sometimes I will hear like, oh, well, someone's saying that this person did this. Sometimes it can be serious, right? Like, I'm not going to tolerate if someone's been like fucking racist in a friend group, right? Like, that's obviously a bit of a different thing. So sometimes I will defer to people who I think are more in the know. And it turns out that doing that doesn't always help. But the thing I noticed recently is that there was one of these Splinter servers that was specifically for people who were farther left than me, and probably farther left than a good chunk of the community. Like, they're like the far left part of the community. And they really didn't like the, I guess, like what some of them described as the toxicity of the debate space, or the aggression, or the like the right-wing opinions and all that stuff, or what they consider to be right-wing opinions. Like, they were in here. So there was quite a lot of critical people in this place. Yeah, it's not a very big place, maybe like 100 people. But then for some reason, there are people in here who are just haters. They fucking hate me. Like, to the point of like actually wishing physical harm on me, okay? Or like they properly, it's like nothing, no substantial critique, no like, oh, I really hate that he said this because that's just completely wrong because look at this source. Nothing like that. It's just personal attacks. It's just false accusations. It's just bad faith accusations. It's just like, I hope your fucking career dies and shit like this. It's like, okay, but the thing is they're still kind of in the community. And I don't get this. Like, why? So there are people who are like this and they should be here, but they're still like watching my stream. Sometimes they're in this Discord telling people who are watching to go and comment XYZ in my chat. So I'm like, what do I do about that? That's kind of fucked. And not only that, these are also people who talk about how it gives them massive fucking anxiety at the prospect of me mentioning who these people are on stream. So it's like, you hate me, you're over here, you're in this server, okay? And you are talking a lot of shit about me and spreading what I would just say are like completely like hideous, like bad faith accusations at me, smearing me basically. But you're also watching my stream, and you're also in a way like involving yourself in my stream by telling people like what to type in chat sometimes, at least once that I saw. But you also expect me to not talk about you. And I'm like, okay, you know what? If like, which I think is like standard manipulative, like cry bullying, but you know, I understand. I've got the power, so I'm gonna see if I can go through most of this without naming anyone that doesn't like absolutely have to be named. Okay, so unfortunately, the problem with this server in particular that I will have to mention, and again, I've spoken to this person. It's all good. I'm gonna make sure that they're because they're not like because unfortunately the person who was running this server was Sulfur. Okay. Now, I don't think Sulfur viewed every single message in this server that was like really toxic against me. I don't hold like that much, like I don't hold like ill will towards her or anything. She was very apologetic when she found out that I knew what was going on in here. Some of the message, I believe her when she says like she hadn't read a lot of these messages. She initially wanted this particular server to just be a place where people wanted to get away from the like debate space or like the combativeness of my Discord, right? Like just like a little friend group. Yeah, she was modding this community. Quite a lot of like crazy shit in this community was like not really getting moderated. It hasn't actually. Well, there have been changes made to the server, but obviously the Reds are still there. Obviously, like so, I guess whatever they've done or said about me or anyone else is like it's still seen as acceptable. So again, I'm not saying I don't want anyone to give her any shit. I still like her as a person. I still think she's done quite a lot of good for as a mod and everything like that. But yeah, I've taken. She's not gone. I've just demodded her. I might bring her back. I don't know because she's actually quite good at what she does. It's just that to me, there's just like a lot of there's just like a good bit of fucking what'd you call it? I think there's just maybe been like a bit too much of a conflict of allegiances or friendships or whatever else that just makes like the mod, like making her a mod is a little bit like problematic. So that's kind of where I am on that. I've still given her the right to send me any messages. If any of you actually go into her DMs and just decide to harass her about this, then she does have the right to send me that. And if it's bad enough, then I will ban them. I'll ban you for that. So just saying. Just saying. Okay. Where do we go now? As for the Reds, I did like fuck it. Listen, I don't know how I do it. Okay. I don't know how I do it. Listen, as for the Reds, just stop watching me. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself. I don't know why. I don't know why. Or if you want to watch me and hate watch me, then just do it over here. Like do it with these people. But I have decided to not, because I don't want to start a whole fucking civil war and because I want to talk about this kind of stuff for as little time as possible. I'm not today going to name any of these folks. I don't really even want you guys speculating on it in the Discord or in chat, but I don't know. I feel like it's because I'm kind of explaining this stuff to you, just like saying, oh, trust me, bro, take my word for it. If it comes to a place where it actually, like some of this causes like a huge rift or whatever, because the problem with some of them is that although they definitely would not like to be or enjoy being named, they absolutely would. They've had like an influence on the server and like some of the narratives around the community. So, but we'll see how much we can achieve without mentioning that. So. They'll out themselves anyway. I highly doubt that. You mentioned some screenshots you want to show. I can't really show a lot of these screenshots because they're just like, I don't know. Listen, the people I'm dealing with right now, it's not just that they're cry bullies, right? Because I will talk about them. I'm not going to name them. I'm going to talk about them because I know they're listening, right? These people they're not just cry bullies, okay? It's not just the classic example of some dipshit who wants to throw their weight around as much as they can. and then they'll just cry about their fucking anxiety or whatever when they get shit thrown back at them. It's not quite like that, okay? This is like manipulative people, okay? This is like people who they have a way, and the way that I know that they're going to do it is fucking disgusting, but there's a way that they'll just like weaponize some fucking shit and try to, they have ways that they can spin it back at me, like my retaliating to them will actually make me look like the bad guy. So I just want to deal with like that level of toxicity. Like, it's a waste of time. Life is too short. So coming back to this with the rules, because of the other drama that's happened, which the people involved don't want me talking about it. So everyone here is very shy. But if you have complaints about other people in the server, like bothering you or whatever, or breaking rules or bullying you or anything like that, mostly what I just need is a list of one Imager link with all the screenshots in it. That's all I need. I can usually go through that and I can check the logs in my Discord for context if I need to. That's usually all I need. Okay, I don't need it. Yeah. So if you feel like you need to do that in the future, that's all you need to do. Okay. One other loose end I want to tie up here, just because I kind of realized that I've been grossly misled, it turns out, and I feel quite bad now because I spread this myself. Like, as a creator, I use my platform to spread this about someone. But going forward, okay, David in chat, David is... some of you might know him, okay? Like, new Jewish twink dude, him. Like, David's an annoying little bugger, right? He suffers from annoying bugger syndrome. He occasionally says things, or has in the past, that are quite inappropriate, especially a couple times leaning into the gender area. But this narrative that has been spread around about him being a sexual harasser or making romantic advances at people, even when they make it clear that they want him to stop. This is bullshit, okay? I've looked through the logs, looking at this situation and the way that the people he was apparently doing this to responded and everything like that, and looking at context of logs, because again, there's somewhere someone has 50 pages showing why this is true, but again, 50 pages can be frivolous. I've had a look at these. Barring a couple of inappropriate comments that seem to have been dealt with at the time and apologized for, this accusation of him being like a sexual harasser is bullshit. Okay, and going forward, he's just he's not going to be like only relegated to one part of the Discord or whatever else. He's just a regular annoying little bugger in the community. That's it. Okay, maybe that'll change. Maybe he'll out himself in a different way and get banned again. But yeah, and anyone who disagrees with that, sorry. The thing is, the way that this, you have no idea how much fucking restraint I am applying right now, because the story about how this accusation got spread and the things that are referred to and what it looks like when you look at it in context is so damning. It's so damning. I'll give you one example because it doesn't show you it doesn't show you like any naming shaming, but there was, say, like even just today, because people obviously in the other little servers, like the more lefties, like they know that I've been like kind of challenging this narrative now, and someone in a damage control panic sent this. I won't say who. Someone sent this. I was like, well, this guy, this you. I'm like, you're my little Sandra. I'm like, well, okay, oh, wow. And this is from a while ago because his name's Purple. This isn't from today. It was screenshotted on the day, ages ago. I'm like, okay, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty weird thing to say to someone. That's pretty spicy. But I looked at the context. He's saying a two-way racist relationship. Imagine how hot that would be. You're my little K-word. You're my little Sand redacted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that like the person who sent me this, knowing what the context was, is like, this is like a racket, okay? This is like a smear campaign, okay? That's some bad faith right there. Fuck. And I've just been spending the weekend going through a bunch of these and being like, oh my god, I'm like fucking Neo, and I feel bad. I feel like an asshole now. I feel like a dumb fuck because I literally spent like, I took a stream to talk about this like misogyny in the community and like and specifically David in particular. And David in particular. So yeah, ouchie, big ouch. Life is ironic, Sulfur gets demodded, but Embo doesn't. Well, the only thing that Embo does that I have issues with is that he he sometimes bans people on partisan grounds rather than like more neutral grounds. But again, that's like that's something that I think is easily solved, like with the new rules. So we'll see how it goes. You know, if he doesn't like it, we'll go from there. So yeah, there was there's been a lot of manipulation going on around here. Yeah, ouchie. Just saying. Fuck. So, in terms of accountability, whatever, I'm just like, hopefully that's the end of it. Hopefully that's the end of it. My one worry is that because people have obviously like taken sides and there's like a bit of cliquiness going, if it does end up that like this turns into narratives of, oh look, Lorna's like defending a sexist, defending sexism, covering for a misogynist, then I'm gonna leak everything. Fuck you. But it's like one chance to just move on and leave me the fuck alone. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Is that okay? Fuck. Going forward, rule enforcement and all that shit, it'll be a work in progress. I'm team leak everything. Yeah. You know me though, bit of a doormat. Bit of a doormat. Box, you and your mods have been sent a lot of out of context screenshots. I don't know who you are, but sure. Also, again, because I don't know, people are complex, you know, like because obviously I've had my issue with Sulfur and like what was happening with her, but I don't think she's like a bad person. I actually still think quite highly of her, but it does also mean that we might have to get a couple of more mods because she did do the work of like 10 people, which is very appreciated, but it also means that she needs to that it's big boots to fill. So if anyone has like, if you feel like these rules or like these standards are something that like you feel like you can stick by, if you feel like you can do modding without being biased towards like your clique or your political fucking leanings, then yeah, send us a fucking message. You know, we can fix you up if you want to help. You think Spider can do it? I don't think Spider's like mod material, you know? He's like... What's the story with Spider? Honestly, nothing newsworthy. Nothing newsworthy. Why don't you mod people who aren't in these micro communities? I didn't know exactly who was in these micro communities until recently. I will say though, the fucking irony.
You're a better person than I am. This sounds like scorched earth territory, saluting face emoji.
Yeah, do you know what's even better about it is there are some people, some of these Reds, one in particular, is I have already gone above and beyond to give like special treatments to this person. and and they're still acting like I'm the fucking bad guy. Somehow it's fucking crazy. I don't know. You do everything. You feel like you're doing everything. You're giving all the ground, and then it's just like they're just gonna take more. So, yeah. How did you not? I can count the total. There have been so many. There have been on my fingers, toes, ears at the point. What, the Splinter servers? I don't know. No one tells me anything. People have more recently started telling me things for whatever reason, and now I know quite a bit. But it's also because, like, why should I know? I shouldn't really have to know that, like, 5 people have built a friend group in my Discord, and they want to have their own Discord so they can talk to each other without everyone else. I shouldn't have to know about that. I also shouldn't really have to know that when those Splinter servers fight with each other. But yeah, the fact that one was going on without really like any, that was like specifically like harboring quite a lot of pretty gross attacks against me. I will say, I will say how fucking interesting it is that the space that, this is not an attack at Sulfur, by the way. This is about the other people. It is very interesting that the people who wanted to who wanted to build a so-called safe space to get away from the toxicity and the right-wing shit and the debate bro sphere of my server have ended up harboring the most toxic behavior I've seen out of any of these. Like, this place is a fucking hellhole. Like, the amount of shit that was acceptable in this place compared to my server, I just think that's very funny. That's very funny. You want a vitriol, bro. Okay. So I think that's the end of that. If there's anything I've missed. Oh, going forward as well. I know I say this quite often, and sometimes it doesn't really lead anywhere. For unban requests, I don't know if it'll be like amnesty, but if someone's got like an unban request and we just like can't find the paper trail of like what they did to get banned, we'll probably just get them unbanned. So I think for the next week or so, it's going to be fairly amnesty conditions for unbanning people, just in case people have been caught in crossfires. Because it's very easy to just catch them and reban them if they are actually bad news, in my opinion. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, unless you're an infamous con, yeah. A lot of mods wiped everything on ban. Yeah, it's okay though, because like again, you can always just reban. Tried sending an email about an unfair ban. Even if you've sent something already, just resend it, because I'm gonna just I realize that a lot of this is my fault as well, because I need to become more proactive in the server. Say, thanks for the $3. Been trying to tell you the David stuff was mostly bullshit for... I know, it's okay. I trusted the wrong people, and it's not even that. I think even the people I trusted were trusting the wrong people, but I don't know, fucking whatever. But if people want to dispute it, just be aware that you are going to make life very fucking difficult for quite a lot of people, so... Oh, do these rules apply to YouTube chat? I think YouTube chat is generally, I think YouTube chat going forward should be a bit more, that'll be a discussion for mods, but it should probably be a bit more lenient, I would say. Because YouTube chat is like not really, you don't really get that much power in the YouTube chat, because you just get to type in the chat and then it's gone. But if you're in the Discord, obviously you're able to get into people's DMs and you can do a lot more like personal attacks and shit like that. So yeah, YouTube chat can probably be a bit more lax, but we'll see how that goes. Have this affected people's private lives? Not as of yet, but there are definitely people who are willing to weaponize very unlikely things that it would affect their private lives to stop me from naming them. But other than that, only personal life it might have affected is mine. But that's neither here nor there. What are the rules updates? I'll post them in the Discord. Don't worry. Don't worry. What the fuck? For people that participate in YouTube Discords, this is their private life. Whoa. Shots fired. Shots fired. Absolute smash. So we aren't losing Spider. Are we? I don't know. Okay. What is this stream suggestion? That does not look like material for today. Whoops. What else? Where should I put an unban request? Okay, I think if you were defending like blocking aid from Gaza, there's probably not going to be much use for an unban request, I would say. You're probably going to stay banned. Because that's kind of disgusting. Work in progress, boys. Work in progress. Please, sir, can we have some slop? What would the slop be? Would it be Mockler on Pierce? It's all about Epstein, isn't it? The Epstein files. Wait, what? Can we use less use of KYS? I mean... People asking about the red folks getting banned. Oh, the red folks I already banned. I banned them quietly a few days ago. Yeah, fuck those guys. They're all banned. The ones who were properly like going off, yeah, they're gone. Okay. Can we get one name? No! Oh, okay. Naming might be considered doxing. Obviously, naming a fucking handle is not doxing, but unless you're Twitch TOS, I guess, or Dan Saltman, but otherwise. Let's go. Lornabox, just to be petty, I'll leave the server. I'll be back, but like, who knows when I'll return. Bro. Okay, whatever makes you happy, dude. Sorry to hear. Okay. Is that a fairly clean purge? I think we're good. Think we're good? Can we do slop? Grok Hitler posting. That was quite funny. Yeah. What the fuck? I don't know what slop I want to do though. I definitely need a palate cleanser. Holy fuck. Grok joined NAFO. What, we're the fellas? I did not know that. I don't know how that would work. Where's the Pierce thing? Pierce. I think Mockler was on Pierce talking about, what'd you call it? Epstein. Was it? Was it the Epstein thing? It's definitely not this. Not this Taylor Lorenz shit. Fuck that person. No way. Let's do a deep dive into Tectone versus Destiny. Absolutely not. No. I don't know if I want to do Epstein. I don't know anything about it. I know that there was that thing where the DOJ published, I think it was DOJ, wasn't it? The footage from the cell, right? Not the cell, but the unit, the special housing unit. It was this whole thing, right? And I think the conspiratards have gone into a whole arc now about one bit of missing information. I think it's like 7:49. You see Epstein in his last moments, don't you? Yeah, there he is. Look, that's the boy. That's Epstein getting marched off. And that's apparently the last moments that he was seen alive, getting taken to his room, his cell. And then I think the whole meme is that you basically just don't see anyone else, barring I think one guy going here for like a few minutes afterwards. But yeah, he's just there until the morning, and no one else goes into his area. There's also some conspiracy that's gone on about, I think like just 2 minutes before midnight, there's a jump. Do you see that jump? See the camera jump? Oh no, not a camera. Oh shit! What are they trying to hide? Let's have a look. See that? Let's go to 11:56. $57. Okay. What's happening? Then it jumped. Did it jump? Oh no, there's a guy walking. Oh no. This is the executioner dressed in all black. Hillary Clinton. Any minute now, some crazy shit's gonna happen, guys. Any minute now, they're gonna out themselves. It's happening. Hold your breaths. So there was a jump, but I think there's also a missing minute, right? Wasn't this the camera of a different cell? Yeah, these aren't his cell, but he was being taken to his cell down here, like over there. It's right at midnight. Yeah, but the jump was before midnight. Oh! What the fuck? Oh shit. What could possibly explain a cut from 11:59 to 12 a.m. to midnight? Couldn't possibly be that these cameras are rolling and downloading and saving footage the entire time, and occasionally there might need to be like a reset or like a it's so dumb, man. It's so fucking stupid. Anyway, they published this on YouTube as well, and the comments are all like, look at this timestamp, what's going on here? Seems weird to me. Where is it? Epstein, where's the whole 11-hour smash? Is it the Hindustan Times? No, that's only 7 hours. Where's the 11-hour video? 11-hour Epstein block. Apparently the explanation is that it does that like every day at midnight. But I guess people have all their conspiracy theories, you know. It's kind of a good move by the DOJ. If the DOJ did this because they knew that all the conspiracy theorists would just sit and stare at it and lose 11 hours of their lives. Like for some live streamers, this is like their big 20K viewer bump. This is when like they get their biggest audience of the year just sitting there being like, don't fall asleep, guys. Don't blink. You'll miss it.Why is there a double standard? Oh, is it okay to goon about men in chat? Oh, because there are some environments where like reverse the roles just works. Okay, or where it just doesn't work. I mean, obviously it does work sometimes, but at the end of the day, if a fucking woman is in the boys' toilet, okay, there's one woman and 5 dudes, okay, and the boys start making like sexual comments about women, and then the woman's like, yeah, well, that guy's hot.It just doesn't have the same effect, okay? It's just like common sense. Fuck. I understand that it's not something that you can really do like a hard rule on. Like you probably shouldn't ban someone for being like, oh, I like her hair when it's like a breadtuber or a video essay or something. But still, just like it's just a thing I'd rather avoid. Like just general rule to avoid, general guideline.Whereas men need more compliments. I don't know what to say. It's worrying this sexual stuff has to be explained. It's not really like some of the like that question came from a woman, as far as I know, or someone with a woman name. So yeah. It's just something that you don't really think about that much unless you're on the internet. Well. Oh shit, did we miss something? Oh, I was paused. I paused it. Where's the YouTube video that has all the people being like posting timestamps? Full video. Oh, here. This is one of them. I think they actually did like an enhanced one as well, because there's the other one which is like slightly more blurry. They had to be like, look, here we enhanced it. We enhanced the computer. Yeah, look at it. It's all the 4 hours 16 for the cut. The mission was get in, delete, and get out of frame in less than 1 minute. He did it in 1 minute and 2 seconds. What else is weird? Someone went up the stairs. You can see the orange pixels on the staircase. Oh, there. Wait, that's the staircase there, though. Where are the orange pixels? What? Okay. You like the AI slop with Hillary Clinton entering the cells. Where's that? Can I see that? That sounds amazing. Watch CoffeeZilla's videos on it. What's he saying about it? What, Voidzilla?
Even though previously they said, yeah, it's probably, there's a cover-up, now they're saying there definitely is no cover-up. And in fact, the FBI director, Kash Patel, went on Joe Rogan to tell everybody, you guys are crazy, and we're going to release the inside the jail cell footage proving it.
And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
So apparently, we're going to get footage of the cell, which is why when the DOJ dropped a 10-hour video during the time of Epstein's death, people understandably thought this was footage of his cell. Here's what this looks like. It's CCTV footage, but this is not actually Epstein's cell, nor is this door. This is footage of a common area. Epstein's door is way back over here in the corner. You can't see it from this footage angle, but you'd understandably not know that because of the way Kash Patel made it sound. He made it sound like we're definitely dropping the real video. You're going to get outside a periscope view of Epstein's cell.
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in. If they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
Yeah, it was in the news. It's also in the OIG's actual report. Like the government report admits that most of the cameras were not recording. Now, I'm going to show you which cameras were and were not reporting. I'm going to show you the exact angles of these cameras. But I want to draw your attention to one of the weirdest things in all of this footage, which is just the fact that there's a minute of it missing.
Oh, no.
You're going to want to look at this time, and you'll see in about 3 seconds it will jump and the framing will change.
Oh, I do need to clarify one thing. I forgot about this. Because fuck me. I'm already seeing like messages in my Discord that are making me want to absolutely lose my shit. The reason I revisited the situation with David was because I was briefly, and as a gesture of like goodwill by Sulfur, I was given access to that server that she was modding, right? The one where I saw all the fucking crazy messages about me and other people. And as I was looking through that Discord for logs about other dramas and just for my own closure as well, I found a few indicators relating to the David thing, particularly people saying that I was like pro-sexism for unbanning him and all that shit. Like, and then I saw what people were saying. They were saying, oh, like, this is the proof and here it is. So I went and looked at it and then I thought, oh shit. So sorry that I trusted the wrong people. I'm just saying, like, I trusted the wrong people. I didn't look properly into it, and that's why I made that conclusion. If you think I revisited that because of like bad faith or whatever, again, just like stop. Please don't make me like. Don't make me. I can show the proof if you want. I don't think that's what anyone is apparently looking for right now. No? Fuck. All right.
So there you can see there was a cut or some kind of edited footage. And it obviously begs the question, why is there a minute missing from the FBI's like prove it tape? But also, what does this tape even prove? As I said, this is not Epstein's cell, nor is this his cell. We're going to show you what that actually looks like. Here's the framing we see. And now we're going to compare that to the official report, June 2023, of Epstein's cell. They lay out a structure of the jail cell, and the jail itself. And here you can see it's a 2-leveled system. There's a lower tier, there's an upper tier, and Epstein was in the L tier, okay?
Hell, Epstein.
Here is where the camera actually was that we're seeing. We're going to go ahead and go through this so you can see that's what it looks like. There's upper floor, lower floor. Epstein was located on the upper floor in what's called the L tier, okay, which is right here.
L tier.
You can see it even better from here. Here's Epstein's cell. Here's the hallway. And right here is the camera, which was not recording, unlike what Kash Patel sort of insinuates that they're going to release that footage. They don't have that footage. According to them, the recording wasn't working. It was streaming, but not recording. The footage apparently had the DVR system stopped working about 10 days before all of this happened. This is in their own report. That's not me saying that. Around July 29th, I believe, it stopped recording as it was supposed to. Now, here's where you can see what actually was recording the day of. So you can see this is the camera that we have access to, and it's looking this way. So that camera footage we see is not of Epstein's cell at all. You can't see it. Instead, this is the guard station over here, and the staircase is like this little, like 3 pixels right there. So it's an actual joke if you think that this footage somehow had a perfect line of sight of Epstein's jail cell, and you couldn't have run an op right, even during the missing 1 minute window, because, oh, we had a perfect line of sight on his door. They don't, and the cameras were not recording.
Oh, is he actually pushing the that he killed himself theory? Even though I think the issue is that there were issues with these cameras in these prisons for quite a while. Like there were even cameras that had nothing to do with Epstein's cell, but okay, we'll see.
As testified here, and it's crazy, the FBI director is spreading misinformation going, oh, I don't know who told you that. You guys told us that. These cameras right here are streaming, but not recording. You can see it right there. There's Epstein's cell. That's the camera that would have been
Yeah, it was because when the DOJ put out that little thing, this is how they described it. The DOJ were a bit misleading here because they had this memo. And they say that during this review, the FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing contrast, balancing the order, etc. And they show the raw. This is the raw. This is the enhanced video. But they show this, but they don't really indicate that. I first saw this thinking, oh, this is Epstein's cell. That explains everything. But it's not. It's just. I had to read more to realize that this was the staircase to his area. That you see him being marched through that area earlier on in the video. But yeah,
on him, it's not there, and yet he goes in front of millions of people and tells people otherwise. It's so irresponsible.
The cell, and if they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that,
but that was in the news.
Yeah, again, it wasn't just in the news. It was in the government's report. Okay, so that's that. So now we're going to see the camera that we're actually getting footage of, right? So this is a video. You can see that's cell 46. Here's the camera that was recording, and you can see it highlighted here. You'll also be able to see that the staircase is partially obstructed because of this wall right here, okay? So these tiny 3 pixels are seeing the edge of the staircase. Here's where they even highlight it for you. Again, this is not my diagram. This is the government's own diagram. This is the stairway to Epstein's cell. Here's the officer station, as we stated. And here's the non-recording camera. Again, this is the government and looking at Epstein's cell. According to them, there had been catastrophic disk failures and no recordings would have been available after July 29th, 2019. And of course, all of this happened on August 9th to the 10th, 2019. Now, an important thing is this mystery man that comes up in the footage, because previously I was kind of thinking this footage kind of didn't show anything. It definitely doesn't show that nobody was there because you can't really see it. The important cameras are missing. And there are ways to get in or through the staircase without people seeing you, which we'll kind of go over here. I think the idea that this was a perfect view of the staircase is just completely wrong, obviously. But there was also a whole narrative by the government that everybody was in their jail cell by 8 p.m. This is according to the staff. They say at approximately 8 p.m., August 9th, all inmates were locked in their cells for the evening, and there was no indication that any other inmate could have gotten out of their cells. Epstein didn't have an inmate, so hence the idea is there's no way anyone could have gotten in there because everyone was locked up, right? Of course, we know now that some of the guards allegedly were either asleep or they deny that and they say they may have dozed off. Either way, what is for sure is that they didn't perform their checkups on the inmates. In fact, they falsified records to this, and they say no CO had checked on Epstein from approximately 10:40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m. when Epstein was found. But this 10:40 p.m. is going to become extremely important because it turns out there was someone, what looks to be an inmate, out of his cell at 10:40 p.m. And the question is, who is that person? You can see this at 10:38 p.m. Remember, everyone's supposed to have been in their jail cell for 2.5 hours at this point. No prisoners. You can see a guard goes over to somewhere out of sight. We can't see it. None of the cameras were recording except for this one. And then moments later, we see a little bit of orange near the staircase. Now, I'm going to have to zoom into this. It's extremely hard to see. But you can see a little pixel of orange makes its way up the staircase, right?
Oh, shit.
And then we're going to see the guard return to his chair, ostensibly locking someone up maybe at that time. But who? Who is that person, right? Because previously we were told that everyone was in their jail cell at 8 p.m. 2.5 hours later, the guards take someone up, or it looks like that. You know, it's hard to see. But there's some sort of orange something going up the staircase to Epstein's cell block. But then if we cross-reference that with this recent memo,
they say no one went there, right?
Surmise who that was. It says the FBI's independent review of this footage confirmed from the time Epstein was locked in his cell around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th until 6:30 a.m. Nobody entered any of the tiers of the shoe. So we're supposed to believe that Epstein now is that guy, the mystery man, who's outside of his cell 2.5 hours after lockdown. It's just sort of tossed in this memo here without any explanation, but it's never mentioned in the OIG's original report in 2023. In fact, the only thing that is mentioned is that Epstein was allowed an unmonitored phone call, which was against the rules, but he was allowed it anyways, and he returned to his cell after the call, which was at 7 p.m. So again, we were led to believe he was in his jail cell at 8 p.m. by the official report. And then now the FBI's kind of come out and in one line said something quite remarkable, which is that several hours later, Epstein's returning to his cell, or somebody is. All we know, at least from this footage, all you can actually surmise from this is that somebody walked up those stairs at 10:40 p.m. with the guard. Because the guard leaves his desk, some orange jumpsuit goes up there, and then the guard comes back to his desk. Now, I want to be clear, the OIG report mentions 10:40 p.m. several times as basically the last time that a CO checked on Epstein. That's how it originally was framed. In fact, instead, they basically say that Noel, one of the guards, was actually carrying linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier, which was the last time any CO approached the only entrance to the shoe tier in which Epstein was housed. So their theory at the time, I guess the theory was they were carrying up, they say inmate clothing. Basically the idea is they're carrying up an orange jumpsuit. And that's why you see orange.
Epstein's killer. Oh no. Did they not consider though? Did they not consider? Uh-oh. Was August 10th on a Tuesday? It could have been Taco Tuesday. Many such questions.
There at 10:40 p.m. That's the official story in 2023, was that they were carrying somebody's clothing up. Now we are finding out that that wasn't carrying clothing up. That was actually Epstein himself, for some reason, was locked in his cell at 10:40 p.m., way after lockdown, and we don't know why or how any of this happened. And then we know from the same report that the guards made false statements and falsified records saying that they had made mandatory rounds and inmate counts when in fact they had not. So does any of this mean for sure that the conspiracy theorists are right? No. It just means that this footage that they released and they hyped up and they said on the biggest podcast platform in the world was going to prove.
What is this? What is this?
Prove everything, proves nothing, and actually raises more questions because it contradicts the official narrative that has been said, which is that everyone was in lockdown when they should have been and no one could have possibly entered the cell block. But actually someone did. Now they're saying that's Epstein in a memo after hours for some mysterious reason the night of his death. Why? No answers. But don't look into it. You're conspiracy. You're crazy. You're crazy guy. By the way, got a shout
I love
out.
it that this is just like, this is the most socially acceptable conspiracy theory of all. At the end of the day, he had every single reason to want to kill himself. He got caught. There was no way he was getting out of it. He was a very wealthy man who did not want to live in fucking jail as a nonce who had abused over 1,000 people. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Last chance to get the merch. We've only got a few days left on it. If you want Crime is Legal merch, I think it's a fitting video to put this in. Go to CoffeeZilla.store, CoffeeZilla.store. Okay, bye.
Whoa. What is this? Can I recommend something to replace Paint? It's just as basic but looks a lot better. No, I love Paint, but you can try. You can try to sway me off of the superior technology, but it's funny how the interests have changed so much in the sense that when Democrats were in power, like people just probably thought like it was more likely that people would just say this is like just not that, it's not that exciting as a story, right? Maybe he killed himself, maybe he didn't, but the idea that he has a whole bunch of politicians' names and a list is like probably quite silly. But then you go to Trump administration, now it's like everyone wants there to be a list that's got Trump's name on it and Trump's hiding it. Regardless of what like lack of full like clear and convincing evidence there is, the way Trump spoke about Epstein before he was caught with anything, actually even after he had already had suspicions roused about him in like 2002, he would say Epstein, I've known him for 15 years, he's a great guy, great to be around, he loves beautiful women, especially on the young side, like me, like come on. I mean, especially after Trump has also made like suggestive comments towards young girls as well. Like that fucking 10-year-old where he's like, I'm going to date you in 10 years. Fucking hell, man. Fuck. The way he is about his daughter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know what to deal with that. Bit fucked. Bit gupped. Anyway. I'm trying so hard not to get triggered by... Fuck me. I'm going to give it a couple of days. I'm going to give it a couple of days. Leak everything? No. No. Just wait. Okay. Just let them say their piece. Fuck off. All right. Scorch. It's okay though. It's okay. I'm a doormat. I'm just a little doormat. Everything I've done is irrational. Hmm. Don't call yourself that. What the fuck? No, you don't you don't understand how, as in like, there's already like a narrative bubbling up, and I can I'm seeing it like posted to me in screenshots. There's already like a narrative bubbling up where people are now saying that I've only decided to rewrite this narrative about David because of other shit that happened to me, as in like it's a spite move, even though these people know I've seen the evidence. They know they know why I revisited this. I revisited this because I stumbled across something in a Discord I was given access to and saw that actually maybe something's wrong here, and just decided to look again. Like it's all, it's just all bad faith. It's all fucking bruh. But maybe it's just like a little last word nonsense, so I don't really care that much. You need some anti-fans. Yeah, I know, but I want the anti-fans over there, not in here. Okay. What I want to look at anyway, hang on. I'm quite curious now, actually. I am a bit curious about just the full story of the cell, because I know that it's not, from what I remember, because I think I read a summary. I read a summary, and I know that the like federal prisons are notoriously shit when it comes to cameras not working and failures of staff and everything like that. So the idea that some cameras were not like recording properly is just like actually more the norm than the exception. But I don't know. What is this? The Great Mutiny of Loner Cord 2025. Did she say white race? What the fuck is this? This doesn't make any sense. It's like the most surrealist humor. What the fuck does that have to do with my Discord shit? White wrist. Wow. Volvo, thanks to the £5. Doormat fund. Hey, nice one. Oh god, we've got a lot of unbanned requests now. Holy shit. It's a commentary on us as a society. It's fucking mental is what it is. I don't want to know. Hello, Gombi. How's it going? Be on the lookout for Prometheus. What? The content machine? Good, how are you? I'm okay. Just discovering a few irritating truths about human beings, but that's what it is. Just get a bit black-pilled, you know? We're processing. We're healing. Okay. Hmm. Hassan leftist trying to sow disharm. It's not Hassan leftist. It's like it's my. It's just lefties. Yeah, it's just lefties in my community. But whatever. Did you see this yesterday? Oh, we love Vosh content. What are you doing?
It's an evil country. It's an evil country. Israel's it's a uniquely evil country because it's an ongoing settler colonial project. Unlike a lot of other countries that have really bad like leadership or who have.
Right, you're a fucking American. What are you talking about? You're an American. You're a white American. What the fuck? Okay. Bored. Not doing that again. It's all the same shit. It's all the same shit. Ew, thanks for the $9.99. Appreciate it. Did you miss everything already? Yeah, you did, yeah. You know, when it comes to the Epstein client, like Epstein had like 1,000+ victims, didn't he? He had so many because he did it for decades. He had so many victims. I do wonder if the idea with that, the problem with the client list thing is that like if he did have one, it would be quite hard for them to have hidden that by now. I don't know. The problem is that if he does have clients, like obviously like a top candidate would be probably be Trump. But also wasn't Prince Andrew, I guess, was he not considered a client, or was it just because there wasn't a list? Like it was more just they're hanging out with crazy rich people and they're like, hey, you want to abuse some kids with me? They're like, okay, you can do that without paper trail. Fuck. Okay. Like a here's who did heinous crime. Well, it would be there. There would be a list there if he had. It's more likely it would be there if he was using it to blackmail people. That's the thing, isn't it? Like it might be that there wasn't blackmail, and if there's not blackmail, then there's not going to be less likely to be a list. It's my instinctive opinion, anyway. My thoughts. Dwayne, thanks for $5. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a jet ski, and I've never seen someone frown on a jet ski. True. Andrew was a case of photo surfacing, and he decided to try and defend himself in the public eye and buried himself. Yeah, he really... he really did himself one with that. God, I wish I was a regular streamer at the time that happened. That would have been so good to watch. It's funny, when you look back at it, looking at Trump at the RNC 2016 and how different he was compared to now, I think sometimes worth reminding. What's this? The fuck is this?
It's a good run, okay? I'll be on tomorrow. Okay? Sure has, man. Sure has. Spider and Warbox arc. I'll be over. Okay. Yeah.
Is this his last message in the? Okay, and it's just gonna be Neymar footage with sad music. Okay. Wow. Honestly, he wasn't even really like the central focus of most of this. So, but yeah, shit. I guess it affected him. I don't know. Damn. First GOP debate, Trump and the other memorable moments. Yeah, that's what.
Safe to say it was the Donald Trump show tonight, for better or for worse. At the first Republican debate held in Cleveland, it was, at times, easy to forget that there were 9 other candidates on the stage. We've got our analysts standing by, but let's begin here tonight with the highlights.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
Right from the jump tonight, Donald Trump made waves.
Is there anyone on stage, and can I see hands, who is unwilling tonight to pledge your support to the eventual nominee of the Republican Party and pledge to not run an independent campaign against that person?
Ooh.
Mr. Trump.
I cannot say I can totally make that pledge. If I'm the nominee, I will pledge I will not run as an independent.
So tonight you can't
Wait,
say if another
what?
one of these.
This is what's wrong.
If I'm the nominee, I won't. He was fucking clowning me.
This is what's wrong. He buys and sells politicians of all stripes. He's used to buying politicians.
Well, I've given him plenty of money.
You're not going to make the pledge tonight.
I will not make the pledge at this time.
Okay.
A few other candidates said a few other things, and then 21 minutes in, it was back to Trump for another doozy.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only
Oh,
Rosie
several-
O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. For the record, it was well beyond Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter
Megyn
account
Kelly.
has
Fuck.
several disparaging comments about women's looks.
I think the big problem this country has is
This was him in his first RNC debate. The fucking trailblazer. They didn't have a chance, did they? It does show you just like how fucking depraved Republicans were this whole time, you know? The fact that they were able to, they fell for this fucking bullshit, right? They were just waiting for it, you know, like Bush, Romney, like all along, this is what lived inside the Republican voters. I think that's how it worked, you know? I don't think he changed them. I think he just unearthed what was always inside them.
being politically correct.
Moments later, Rosie herself weighed in on Twitter, quote, "Try explaining that to your kid."
Bro, his kids
the
love it. What
testiest
the
moment of the night didn't involve Trump, but instead New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and Kentucky Senator Rand Paul. It was over the NSA's bulk data collection, which Christie supports and Paul does not.
I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from innocent Americans.
When you're sitting in a subcommittee just blowing hot air about this, you can say things like that.
You fundamentally misunderstand the Bill of Rights. I don't trust President Obama with our records. I know you gave him a big hug, and if you want to give him a big hug again, go right ahead.
Go ahead, Governor.
And you know, Senator Paul, you know, the hugs that I remember are the hugs that I gave to the families who lost their people on September 11th.
To be sure, there was plenty of Hillary Clinton bashing tonight.
If Hillary is the candidate, which I doubt, that would be a dream come true.
If I'm our nominee, how is Hillary Clinton going to lecture me about living paycheck to paycheck?
Everywhere in the world that Hillary Clinton touched is more messed up today than before she and the
We have many questions to come.
Here in the same arena in Cleveland, where the Republican Party will hold its national convention next
What
year.
a fucking
But
state.
perhaps the most
can't slander
bizarre
Obama on
riff
my
on
watch.
Hillary came from the Donald, who
The
talked
Donald-
about why he
It's funny how the placement has Trump like bang in the middle. Like, it's almost like they were expecting it to happen.
contributed to her in the past.
With Hillary Clinton, I said, be at my wedding, and she came to my wedding. You know why? She had no choice.
It was a bit of a tough night at times for Jeb Bush. The former governor of Florida seemed to struggle on
no.
issues such as immigration,
Jeb.
education, and once again, the Iraq War.
Poor Jeb.
But he did stay above the first.
Elections based on polling. But was he polling top even in the first debate? I thought he was like a surge. Oh, maybe not.
When offered a chance to attack Trump.
Poor
You
Jeb.
called Mr. Trump a clown, a buffoon,
Don't bring up
something
the
else
next
that cannot be repeated on television.
None of which is true.
Is it true?
No, it's not true. But I have said that Mr. Trump's language is divisive. I want to win. I want one of these people here, or the ones at 5 o'clock, to be the next president of the United States.
Well, first of all, Jeb, I am very happy that you denied that, and I appreciate that very much.
So how did the debate go over with Republican voters? We got some rapid response tonight.
If you won't say it, I will.
From Tony Lahren, a young political commentator who's become a viral
no.
sensation on YouTube in recent
Bro, how old was she when she started doing this? Tommy Lahren, the fucking conservative shit for brains fucking trailblazer. This was like the kind of like the harbinger of doom right? For conservative alt media. Oh God.
Weeks. Tonight,
For conservative fucking youth. Because like conservatives, especially in the UK, and this is still the case, conservatives were always supposed to be like old crusty buggers. So the idea that like a young person comes in and said like literally looks like she's in fucking college and comes and does this shit about like promoting the Republican line, it was just very new at the time. They didn't usually do that. They were always old, right? Conservatives were always old.
she weighed in on all things Trump.
We know Donald Trump tells
The
it like it is.
prototype.
He's not afraid of it. What I saw, though, is Donald Trump be fearless. I didn't see him back himself into a corner. I saw him challenge Megyn Kelly. I saw him challenge other Republicans on the stage. And then I saw Megyn Kelly challenge him right back. I like the conversation there.
And ABC's Tom Yamas was right there in Cleveland tonight for all the drama. Tom, what are you seeing there?
Dan, good evening from the post-debate spin room where candidates are answering even more questions. The big buzz, obviously, that Donald Trump is not afraid to run without the...
What happened to her? She's still going. She obviously just doesn't have the same trailblazer. She doesn't have the same bump that she used to, but she's still there. She's still going. She appears on Pierce every now and then. Does the same thing, just straight MAGA dumb fuck conservative. Yeah.
Republican Party, refusing to take a pledge that he will not run as an independent. The other big buzz, some candidates actually breaking through. Besides Donald Trump, Dr. Ben Carson, the second most talked about candidate on social media. And speaking of social media, Hillary Clinton had something to say. Jon Stewart, missing you already. Hashtag GOP debate. Dan, back to you.
Tom Yamas on the ground in Cleveland tonight. Thank you. We want to turn now to our colleague Matt Dowd, ABC News political analyst, and also BuzzFeed's Washington, D.C. bureau chief John Stanton. Gentlemen, thanks for being here. Let me start with you. Did Donald Trump help or hurt himself tonight?
I think Donald Trump had momentum coming into tonight, but I think over the course of the 2 hours, I think it wore sort of thin over this. And I think any momentum, in my view, that he had coming in is stopped by tonight. I think he made a few errors in the course of tonight, some of the engagement that he had with some of the moderators. But I think what he did, he'll still be ahead coming out, but I think any momentum is now stalled because of his shtick. Kind of got a little old over 2 hours.
So, John, you work at BuzzFeed. I've got to ask you, do you have a sense of what is popping tonight, what's going viral, if anything?
I think there are a couple things. I think one, the eye roll from Rand Paul was kind of amazing in his fight with Governor Christie. I think the Donald Trump sort of the shruggy emoticon moment there was pretty good because they both sort of sum up, I think, their debate performances, frankly. But I think coming out of today, Carly Fiorina, who did very, very well in the afternoon debate, and the Ohio Governor Kasich, he did very, very well tonight. And I think they're going to have momentum, and that could change that dynamic a little bit for Trump.
Why are people so excited about Carly?
Carly Fiorina will be in the next
Look at
debate.
this. This is
I think
brilliant,
she has
isn't
enough
it?
momentum from her earlier debate.
This
By
is
all-
what you get. This is what happens. How long has it been before this fucking bottom feeder has to come in? What's the relevance of this David guy? Is he like a mod or what? He calls and argues super pro-Israel, and Lerner didn't take action against his behavior, or they're all talking about it. They're screenshotting shit from it's like already, man. So fucking impressive, so quick.
all accounts, she won it overwhelmingly.
Good.
And
I hope they all watch it, and I hope they're just as bored as everyone else will be when they see it.
I think there was enough people at this debate that sort of faded from it that she's going to jump into that next debate in September. So get ready for Carly Fiorina. And I agree. I think if there was a winner tonight, it was John Kasich, the governor of Ohio. I think he came across as the adult in the room. His answers, they flowed well. There was a seam to him. And I actually think he had the line of the night tonight, which is, God loves me unconditionally, therefore, in the answer to the question about gay marriage and his daughters, therefore, I'm going to love my friends and my family unconditionally.
Okay, before we go, got to ask you about Jeb Bush.
I think he didn't do a lot to ultimately distinguish himself, which is kind of, I think, what he needed to do to get some kind of momentum.
I'll take it a step further. I think Jeb Bush is no longer the inevitable candidate that everybody thought he was. I think of anybody on that stage tonight that didn't do what they were supposed to do at all, it was Jeb Bush. He's going to need every dollar of his $100 million in this course of this race because he just lost any veneer of inevitability coming out of here.
Matt Dowd, John Stanton, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Poor Jeb. So that's how it started, though, eh? Fast and Bulbous, thanks to $5. I'm beginning to understand why they call the app Discord. It's tearing this family apart. Again, it's the choices that people are making. It's just whatever. but it's good to see that it's already made its way into spicy chat. It's quite funny. The only fear now is that because I decided to respect the wishes of the people who despise me and slander me like habitually for some reason, because I've decided to respect their wishes, I obviously haven't like made a very like evidence-based case, and I wonder if people might the worst thing about that is that people might exploit that fact and then put out a whole bunch of things, because if you get the right collection of screenshots, you can actually make David look quite misogynistic, it turns out, and racist if you take the right screenshots with the wrong context and everything. So you can probably do that with a lot of people, it turns out. And it would be very annoying if that happened and then I'm like, oh fuck, well that's what I get for not showing the evidence in context. And then you're on the back foot. It to Discord? True. Whatever. Okay. Mm-hmm. New leak everything goal needed. Nope. RIP. Uber. Oh wait, what's that one? Ew, thanks for the $9.99. Retain faith in humanity fund. True. Sophie, thanks for the €5.99. Self-love, self-care fund. Wow. Uber, thanks for the $5. Release the self-record client list. Nope. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. I'm beginning to understand why they call the app Discord. It's tearing this family apart. Wow. And S, thanks for the $1.99. Themp owns Epstein's plane. Wow. Crazy. Oh God, I'm already starting to stress. I fear my goodwill is going to be used against me. I don't know. Don't know. Probably be nothing. Nothing ever happens. Meditation, learner meditation, the sage will be you and you will be the sage. Yeah. Don't stress, just leak. Nah. What's the purpose in being nice to people you already know are snakes? It's not being nice. It's just that I'm treating some of these people like what they are, which is children. Like, it's like people who will throw their weight around, they will throw shit everywhere, but then they will genuinely feel like the world is crashing down on them when someone responds. Not least of all a streamer with a reasonably sized audience. So, you know. I'm also just giving them a chance to fuck off and like stop bothering me, but who knows? Who knows if that'll work? What is this? This is like an old broadcast of Desert Storm.
ABC, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening. The deadline has come and gone. The Iraqis
There's no way anyone can
coordinated
watch this with all the grumbling going on underneath it. Okay. I want to watch the Epstein thing. I want to see what the talking points are. Is it this one? No. Hmm. Okay.
Why is it that Donald Trump didn't threaten to sue Elon Musk when Elon Musk said that Trump was all over the Epstein files?
The CIA said there was no torture program. That was a lie. No international renditions. That was a lie. No secret prisons. That was a lie. I think people probably at a lower level destroyed whatever they could destroy and let the lie go up to the very top and hope that this whole thing just goes away.
The reality is the people at the top, like Pam Bondi, were the ones saying they had the list sitting on their desk.
We get handed these binders, and then before we even have a chance to look into them, we're hauled out actually in front of the cameras. Lo and behold, we find out that it's all information that was completely already in the public domain.
2 Iranian Ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump.
First, I don't understand why you should give a platform to such a leader.
Oh, it's him.
If you go back
Oh,
in
no.
history, you should ask yourself, in the sake of journalism.
Okay, I don't care about that guy. We're just
Steve,
going
how
to
do
do
you
the
feel about
Epstein.
this monster, Koberger?
He's trash. He's absolute trash, and I'm coming for him.
Well, the so-called Epstein files have been a huge saga in US politics. Today, the administration tried to bring that saga to an end. The FBI and Justice Department say there is no evidence of an Epstein client list, no evidence he blackmailed powerful figures, and no evidence his death was caused by anybody other than himself. They released this video to show he was always alone in his cell. The 2 men now running the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, both entertained alternative theories about Epstein's death before taking office, and it angered their supporters when they said this.
You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
The Epstein saga became a saga for good reasons. It's not just that it's a salacious conspiracy, although it undoubtedly is. A millionaire financier with friends in very high places whose systematic abuse was covered up and whose justice was curtailed by his suicide in what should have been a maximum security jail. It's no wonder people speculate. But it also gets to the heart of a deeper problem that MAGA conservatives wanted Trump to solve and believe that he would. They don't trust their institutions. They don't believe that the people in charge of the country are honest about their motives and their means. This was Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who's overseeing a task force on declassifying federal secrets.
What we've found in the last couple of weeks and what's definitely apparent is there's absolutely a war taking place in the intelligence agencies, right? We saw the CIA was reporting that they're worried about their own people leaking secrets to foreign countries. And we were also notified last week that there was a whistleblower that came forward stating that there was evidence being destroyed at the FBI. As soon as the FBI found out President Trump won the election, they started their deep state nonsense. And so I have full faith in Kash Patel and AG Bondi to deliver those files. But I want to be very clear about something. The American people want the truth.
Well, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is under increasing pressure for botching what was intended to be an exhibition of the new administration's transparency. First, she told Fox News that Epstein's client list was sitting on her desk. Next, she handed out binders of information already in the public domain.
They gave it to Libs of TikTok, man. It's so fucking mental. I think the issue as well is that most of what they gave up here was already public knowledge and nothing that novel. Like, obviously, like, look at these fucking losers. Like, you just gave it to the who's who of like completely fucking brain rotted Twitter posters on the internet. But
conservative influencers who were visiting the White House who were duped into claiming the Epstein files had been released. Now the client list that was apparently sitting on her desk now apparently doesn't exist at all. And what about the words of White House counsel and lawyer Alina Habba speaking on this show in February?
Incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Kash and Pam, there will be accountability.
So what happened? Secret names, lists, accountability. This is why the latest developments are likely to satisfy absolutely nobody.
Yeah,
it's entirely possible.
And it's also a president who once said that he was very good friends with Epstein, and then about like a decade later was like, "Nah, I never liked the guy." Yeah, it's just so fucking crazy because it's like there are so many little things that connect Trump to Epstein, and each single one of them on its own would be enough to like be the foundations of the biggest Republican conspiracy theory ever if it were about Hillary or Clinton or Biden. Trump has left a paper trail of like decades worth that might not mean all that much. But if if it was a Republican brain and it was a Democrat reversing the roles, like that would just be, it would just be like, it's a silver bullet as far as they'd be concerned if it was Biden or Hillary. So yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely fucked.
Never anything more to know. And it was all just used for political expediency. If so, it's not working out to be very expedient. We Brits have a phrase for situations like this. Is it a cock-up or a conspiracy? In this case, it might actually be both. Well, joining me to debate this some more, Jack Posobiec, who's the senior editor of Human Events and one of the influencers who was handed those non-event Epstein files. John Kiriakou, who's a former CIA intelligence officer and whistleblower, host of CIA Declassified on Unified TV. Brian Shapiro, the host of Pushing the Limits. And Midas Touch commentator Adam Mockler.
It's Adam Mockler.
To all of you. Jack, let me start with you. What has happened here? I mean, we were all led down a train of thought that there was going to be all sorts of stuff coming out about this Epstein case, the files, the names, the lists, accountability, and then boom, it's all disappeared.
Yeah, Piers. I mean, this is, as we would say in the military, unsat, completely unsat from Attorney General Pam Bondi. And this line about there being files that are currently under seal in some criminal case, well, then great. Let's go and get those unsealed as soon as possible. Look, I was brought to the White House under the pretense of a series of policy briefings that were going to be held, not just from the AG, but from, we had the vice president came in, the president came in, Bobby Kennedy came in. So we had a rotating series of people from the administration administration, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And then nobody told us prior to this that the Epstein files would be anywhere even on the agenda for that day. And it was really sprung as a surprise to all of us. We get handed these binders, and then before we even have a chance to look into them, we're hauled out actually in front of the cameras that were all there because Prime Minister Keir Starmer was visiting the White House that day. And it just so happened that they were all in front of the West Wing. And by the time that we have the ability to actually go through them, well, lo and behold, we find out that it's all information that was completely already in the public domain. In fact, some of the information that was in the public domain was more extensive than what was given to us on that day. So the whole thing, obviously, I think, as you say, is a cock-up. I hope I'm using that phrase correctly. I'm not entirely familiar with it, but that certainly feels like what.
Wait, is he turning on is he part of the Elon team now? Or is he like part of the MAGA civil war? Who knows?
Happened here, and we don't have the accountability that was spoken of. We don't have the releases that were spoken of, and it's indefensible. It's indefensible that the answers aren't there when so much was promised.
Brian Shapiro, I mean, look, it's perfectly possible. Indeed, it looks increasingly likely that Epstein did indeed just commit suicide. What is not perfectly possible, to my cynical eye about this, is that he was the only person, other than Ghislaine Maxwell, who's been imprisoned, who was ever up to criminal activity on his island and other places. It just stretches credulity. But nobody, it seems, is ever going to be held accountable other than him, who evaded accountability by killing himself, or Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman. So none of these other men who were linked to this are ever going to be even remotely held accountable. It's just disappeared.
Well, what I would say, Piers, first of all, when Haba did your show, where did she get that information from? Where did that come from back in February? I would also say to Pam Bondi, she lied on Fox News, or maybe she was telling the truth. She said she had a list that was on her desk, Piers. Where did that list go? Was she lying? Was that made up? And I'd also say, thirdly, and I know this is something that Jack probably doesn't want to bring up, but the fact of the matter is that Jeffrey Epstein's on audio saying at one point Donald Trump was his best friend. We also know that Donald Trump was on the Epstein flight log 7 times. We learned that in the Maxwell case. So I don't think it's a stretch to say maybe Donald Trump might be somewhere in these files. Maybe. We don't know that for sure. But I know if it was the other way around and if it was Joe Biden.
Okay, I don't know how someone can just sit through me explaining like the community standards for an entire fucking hour and then still just not get the fucking memo. Pam Bondi is kind of hot, to be honest. Okay, let's just do an experiment. Okay, just take 30 minutes, okay? That's enough. Isn't that enough time to solve whatever problem you've got going on? Right? Fuck me, okay.
That was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein at one point. That's all Jack and MAGA Republicans would be talking about. I think Donald Trump is on this list, and I think Donald Trump is in these files, and I think the Trump administration is hiding something.
I mean, what is extraordinary, I think, Brian, is that it all seems to have gone incredibly quiet from the moment Elon Musk started dragging Trump's name into the Epstein case when they fell out in posts on his X platform. And he's carried on overnight doing more posts, not directly linking the president, but saying what the hell has happened here effectively. But he was the one that ignited the Trump link again. You do wonder, is that involved here? Has Trump basically thought this is just going to be a lot of bad publicity here, let's just get rid of him?
Yeah, well, I'll say this, Piers. Anytime somebody says something about Donald Trump that might not be true, Trump always threatens a lawsuit. Why is it that Donald Trump didn't threaten to sue Elon Musk when Elon Musk said that Trump was all over the Epstein files? I find that to be very, very interesting. Bill Maher could call Donald Trump the son of an orangutan, and then Trump will file a lawsuit about that. Why wouldn't he file a lawsuit against Elon? Maybe Elon is telling the truth, and maybe Elon knows some things that the general public does not know. I tend to believe Elon on this one.
It's certainly intriguing. John,
last time I heard, Elon was struggling to get anyone on his side over legislation, right? So is he starting to get support now? I think it's all the pundits. Right? It's a couple of pundits who support Elon over Trump. But at the end of the day, the guy just does not have any of the necessary components to make anything out of this situation. So I think Elon's going to get fucked.
Kyriakou, what do you think has happened here? I mean, Epstein, one of the most infamous cases of the last 20 years, of the century, arguably. So many famous, powerful, rich people whose names were dragged into this and were clearly in attendance at his parties and on his island and so on. And then here, now suddenly, having led the media around the world into a lava of excitement about it's all going to come out and you're going to get all the details, now, bang, it's just been shelved. What do you make of it?
Right.
You've probably seen the viral videos of a North Korean phone that secretly takes screenshots every 5 minutes, which are only accessible by authorities. You probably thought it could never happen here. But your data is not as secure as you think.
Oh, shit.
Data brokers monitor all on /peers.
Well, based on my own experience at the CIA, there's very little daylight between the CIA and the FBI. The CIA said there was no torture program. That was a lie. No international renditions. That was a lie. No secret prisons. That was a lie. MK Ultra documents were all released. That was a lie. The CIA didn't try to recruit Oswald. That's a lie. These organizations that make up the so-called deep state, and we can have that debate whether or not you want to call it the deep state, but they all lie. They're trained to lie. And so I don't even think that we should blame the likes of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. I think people probably at a lower level destroyed whatever they could destroy and let the lie go up to the very top and hope that this whole thing just goes away. If there are no documents to implicate famous people, then it'll eventually go quiet. And my guess is in 30 years or 50 years or whenever it's going to be, at least some of the truth will probably be released.
Adam Mockler, it does stick in the gullet, doesn't it, that the only person to go to prison in the whole Epstein scandal is a woman.
Yeah, well, John said he thinks the people at the bottom...
What does that tell you about our fellow... what does that tell you about the other half of the gender divide? Interesting.
Might have destroyed the evidence, but the reality is the people at the top, like Pam Bondi, were the ones saying they had the list sitting on their desk. So it seems like that deep state you referred to, the party that promised to defeat the deep state, very quickly became the deep state. Here's the timeline in my eyes. Pam Bondi says, I have the list on my desk right here. They're rather silent for a few months. Then Elon Musk says Trump is in the Epstein list. Then within weeks, apparently the list is gone. I'm looking at this photo of Jack Posobiec holding up the Epstein files. It says the Epstein files, phase 1. But where's phase 2? There's no phase 2. So I'm happy that influencers like Jack are admitting they were conned by the admin to cover up the sexual abuse of children.
Yeah, Jack, do you feel angry? Do you feel you were used in some way?
Well, it's something. It's very upsetting. It's extremely upsetting to be brought in something like this, to think that you're going into a situation where, hey, we're finally going to get some of these answers that we all want. Because at the end of the day, this is all about getting justice for the victims here, the actual victims. And I keep going back and looking over the different pieces of this story. What was Prince Andrew disgraced for? Why did he go up on this huge interview and then lose all of his titles and he's losing his security now, I hear. And why did we go all the way around, name after name after name? But at the end of the day, it's actually about the victims. And do you really mean to tell me that all of those victims were questioned and all of the things that they said were investigated and were run down? Because it just doesn't really feel like that's been done here.
No, it doesn't. Talking of Elon Musk, Brian, just to bring you in again here. So Musk is now simultaneous to all this. Obviously, this flame out with Trump is gathering momentum. He's now announced the launch of a new political party, the America Party.
Like they do talk about how much it's weird when they talk about the amount of content that they work with. Because obviously when you get these reviews and these reports from the DOJ, it's presented out of, they don't really show you the working, right? Like it's presented out of like thousands and thousands of pages of information that end up getting into these like singular memos or reports that are much shorter, but they tell you how much they worked with. Like, so they worked with FBI searches of databases, hard drives, network drives, searches of squad areas, locked cabinets, desks, closets, other areas where responsive material may have been stored. More than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. Like there's quite a lot going on there, yeah. Images of Epstein, images, videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors, lots of illegal sex abuse material, pornography, who was involved. So yeah, you would think that with 1,000 victims and Epstein and his connections, it might be a bit odd that there's very few, that there's like no one else implicated apart from Maxwell and kind of Prince Andrew. Because I think Prince Andrew settled, didn't he? He didn't get a criminal charge or criminal conviction.
You know, third parties have had, you know, a few instances in modern American history. They never tend to get very far, but we've never had the richest and most successful businessman in history launching one who's got $300 billion and happens to own one of the biggest social media platforms on which he has 200 million followers. He's not just your average third-party guy, is he? How interesting is this, and how damaging could this be, particularly to Donald Trump and the Republicans?
I think it certainly hurts Republicans and Donald Trump more than Democrats. But I would also say what you mentioned, this is the richest man in the world. With money comes a lot of power. This has been tried in the past many a times, but it hasn't been tried with someone with the money and the power that Elon Musk has. But I think the question we need to ask ourselves now is this just another phase that Elon Musk is going through? And then when this blows over, if it ever does, between him and Donald Trump, will he just move on? Or is he really, truly serious about this? You know, there are a lot of people that didn't think that he was ever going to buy Twitter, now X, and he ended up doing that. So, you know, will he do this? Will he continue this? And in 6 months from now, will we still be talking about this? I would venture to guess probably so. It sounds to me like Elon Musk is serious, and this will be very damning, in my opinion, to plenty of MAGA Republicans out there.
Yeah, and Adam, what this all seems to center around is that he was brought in, obviously, to run Doge, to reduce government overspending and waste. And at the same time, Trump was launching the big, beautiful bill, which many people think is going to add trillions to the debt. The two were clearly incompatible bedfellows. And that's led to Musk going. Now, Trump talks about EV car mandates being one of the catalysts for the falling out or whatever. But it's probably as simple as one person wanted to slash government spending and the other one wanted to bring in policies which are highly likely, certainly in the short to midterm, to increase the national spending and debt. So there's the clash. How serious do you think this is going to get?
I don't think you should understate the extent to which Jared Isaacman, the NASA candidate, being slashed, also pissed Elon Musk off.
Right.
He was really mad about Jared Isaacman. What I find funny about all of this is that Elon Musk is now leveraging the same mechanisms that he used to get Trump elected just a few months ago to now start a third party designed to undermine Trump's coalition. So the attention economy that he has with Twitter, he's going to leverage that. The vast wealth, he's going to leverage that. As to the question of how serious this is, I actually disagree with Brian. I think in 6 months, Elon will be on to the next thing. He doesn't seem to have the steady hand needed in politics to carry through a long-term agenda, and we saw that with Doge.
Well, there might be another reason, which is that shares in Tesla are tanking, down 7%, I think, at the start of regular trading today. Now, that might just be a market reaction. It may recover, but certainly recent numbers for Tesla have not been good. John, what do you think of this? I mean, it's not an intelligence issue, but as an American, what do you feel about now the potential for a third party by somebody who's actually got the means to make it significant?
Well, it wasn't too long ago that Ross Perot was able to buy 30-minute blocks on literally every network to promote his own candidacy and got something like 19%, which was very, very respectable for an independent presidential candidate. But it didn't lead to anything. With Elon Musk, there's nothing behind it but money. There's nobody running in the state legislatures, nobody running for Congress and whatever it's called, the American Party or some silly name like that. There's nobody running for the local school board or the water commission that's going to be the roots of this new party. I think that this is just kind of a vanity project. And I have to agree that I think in 6 months, some shiny object is going to distract Elon Musk, and we're not going to even hear about this party anymore.
Jack, what do you feel about this? A lot of people on the MAGA side of Trump's support were pretty dubious about Elon Musk to start with. You know, a lot of them thought, well, this guy was a Democrat. and now he's come over, and maybe he's just trying to buy his way into power, get Trump elected, and use that to benefit all his companies, which obviously do benefit and have benefited from that association. But now it's gone the other way, and he's clearly trying to punish Trump and punish Republicans in launching this third party. What do you feel about the politics going on here?
Well, I think the politics that everyone said, and I broadly agree with everyone's take so far on here. I think this is a way to put leverage on President Trump, to put leverage on the party as we go towards the elections and then determining the swing of things. Because, look, people are saying, what about the presidential race and Ross Perot? And certainly with the tight margins that we saw in the 7 swing states, you could play a role there. But look at the midterms right now. With congressional majority in the House being as small as it is, you would only need to flip a couple of seats, run a couple of spoiler candidates in a few of those tight races, and you could easily flip the House one way or the other. So what it does is right now, today, is buy him much more leverage than he even had before, and he can do that without even running a single candidate anywhere. And I think he'd be much more successful with a project like this at the state level, at the House level, and at the Senate level than at the presidential level. And he can do so quite immediately.
I mean, obviously, you've got a massive clash of two gigantic egos here, and people used to getting their own way. Do you think, I can't see them really making up from this. I mean, Trump called him a train wreck last night. Elon's been hammering away, dismissing his big, beautiful bill as a total disaster that will bankrupt the country. It's very hard to see how they make up here, isn't it, Jack?
Well, I would say never count anything out. I mean, you've seen President Trump be able to make friends or allies of rivals in the past, and he certainly has the ability to do so, sometimes even against the wishes of MAGA. But, that's certainly his prerogative. For Elon, absolutely, he's got a track record of moving from one thing to the other. But if he sees perhaps a path forward from a business perspective, look, keep in mind, he's still got to deal with the government in terms of a lot of the contracts for his companies, in terms of Department of Defense, in terms of NASA, in terms of Tesla.
Who timed me out for complimenting Pam Bondi? Don't know, but it was probably not a bad decision since it would have only lasted, like 5 minutes? Don't care.
So he's going to need a lot of this going forward, and I think whether they like it or not, they're stuck together.
He was friends with Epstein. He'll be friends with Elon.
What was that?
He was friends with Epstein. I'm sure he can be friends with Elon Musk.
He actually helped Epstein be prosecuted. He was the only person who was involved, kicked him out of the Epstein. You know all that.
He was really friendly with Epstein all the way up until it became an inconvenience for him. That seems to be Trump's thing. Yeah, Trump changed his narrative about Epstein after Epstein got fucked. Yeah.
It's just a very.
Have you heard of Alexander Acosta, the Florida district attorney who was?
Like your little,
have you heard of
1996
Alexander Acosta? You know who that is?
You're like, oh, I got it. Look at me, like I'm the guy from Third Eye.
Do you know who Alexander Acosta is?
No,
you were duped to cover up sexual abuse of
Donald
children.
Trump was
you were
kicked
duped.
him out of Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump was the only one who went to investigators and said, "I will
Pierce,
work
do you know
with
who
you
Alexander
against
Acosta
Epstein."
is?
This has been litigated a million
Can I just add something here?
times.
Well,
It's been litigated a million
first of all,
times.
Can I just?
Well,
can I
Brian, I'll
just-
come to you, but Adam, just explain what you're talking about.
Yeah, really quickly. Alexander Acosta was a Florida district attorney. You can look this up. He knew both Trump and Epstein. He was appointed as a Secretary of Labor under Trump and had to resign in 2017 because people found out that he mishandled the Epstein case in 2007 and let Epstein get in.
I should be complimented for timing out Loner. No, I should be timed out for complimenting Loner. Okay, it's like I feel like this concept's not hard to explain. If you are a minority in the group, and not to mention the way that women experience compliments and all that, in society compared to men, if you can't understand why it would probably be a bit different for one gender versus the other, especially when there's a 90-10 split. And all I'm saying is that if you see because I don't think I need to see people. I don't think I need to worry about seeing anyone in chat being like, "Oh yeah, Adam Mockler's looking really hot as fuck today." I don't need to worry ever about a wall of text about that appearing on stream. Worst case is maybe 1 or 2 women chatters might say that and no one will care. But if fucking one blonde woman who is younger than fucking 30 appears on this thing, and I have to like think, oh no, we're gonna see like a wall of text of fucking gooners bringing up her appearance as soon as she shows up, then that's a problem. Okay, that's why like the rule might make more sense in one way rather than the other. And as for people saying stuff about my looks, I don't give a fuck. All right, like I give consent. Like I don't care. Whereas with these people, they can't say that to you, so it's a bit different. I'm not saying like if you're doing it to other people in the community, that's probably different. Like you can't goon over fucking like random dudes without like seeing if it's okay with them. But it should be quite easy to explain why it's a bit different when we have women and men in the server in the ratio that we do. Now, if that fosters a toxic environment where suddenly all the loner cord ladies start fucking acting with impunity and fostering a fucking rape culture of women gooning over men, we'll address it. But until then, I don't think we're going to see that.
An illegal plea deal. Epstein was then able to go reoffend, and Trump appointed him in 2017. So I don't want to hear the dude that was brought to the White House to cover up sexual abuse saying that there was, I don't like, what are you trying to say here? Yeah.
You gotta wipe your face. Can you just wipe that little thing off your face there a little bit? You got a little,
All right, hold on a
mud
second.
on your face.
You have no points.
Hold on a second.
No
Can
points, huh?
Can I add something?
you got a little
First
mud
of
on your
all,
face
I
there.
hear the MAGA bullshit detector going off every single time Jack opens his mouth. First of all, people like Jack were the people who called Joe Biden a pedophile for sniffing hair, but yet we have Jeffrey Epstein on tape calling Donald Trump his best friend.
That is weird. Yeah, Biden did get quite a lot for the sniffings, but my God, was it very different for everything that Trump has ever said towards like a young girl or even an underage girl or fuck. That's wild. That's crazy. It's almost as if these partisan fucks only have one standard for the Democrats and a completely different one for their cult leader. Yeah, crazy.
They were hanging out together constantly. I've spoken to Jeffrey Epstein's brother
Do you want me
many
to go
times.
through the list
They were
of all
very
the
close.
Democrats he
I'm
was
not done
friends
yet,
with?
Jack.
Piers, like
Jack,
we can
Jack,
go
that's
through all
Jack,
this again, but Piers,
Jack,
I know you've done
Jack,
this
I'm not done yet. I didn't interrupt you.
You've
Jack,
been a real reporter
Jack,
on this. These guys just want to
Jack,
play politics. I'm trying to
Jack,
be serious here.
Jack,
Dude, you were at the White
Jack,
House
I'm
with
a talk
Epstein
show
files
host.
in your hand.
Yeah, just talked about it.
Right, exactly, Jack. Jack, just you want to defend Donald Trump and wear the Donald Trump knee pads 24/7, but when it comes to a Democrat, they're all pedophiles. But if Donald Trump is actually hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and
So do you
Epstein
have like
calls
any
him
evidence
his
of
best
this? Like,
friend,
do you have like a source on that, bro?
No,
Give me,
because
like,
Source, bro. He's such a fucking brain rot, man. Oh God.
the
Any
Pam Bondi
actual
won't
So
release
you
the
wanna-
sources.
Actually, yeah, I do. The Maxwell trial, where it was
let's hear it.
learned that
Please,
he
show
was
us.
on the Epstein flight. Why don't you listen? It was in the trial, in the Maxwell trial, that he was on the flight log 7 times. We have Jeffrey Epstein on
Bill Clinton was on
audio
there 26
calling
times.
him his best friend. So here's my question to Jack. Jack,
And how
if
many times did Bill
Jeffrey
Clinton go
Epstein
to the
was on
island?
audio,
And how many times did
Hey,
Jeffrey Epstein say
first
that
of all,
he was one of the
that's
founding
called
members of the
whataboutism.
Clinton Institute?
I don't defend
Clinton Global
Jack.
Initiative.
Jack, if Jeffrey Epstein
this
was
all day
on
long, bro.
audio saying
Bro.
that Joe Biden was his
Source, bro. Do this all day, bro. Why is he? He's actually like a debate. He's doing the stereotype of a debate, bro. The way he's talking. What the fuck?
best friend, that wouldn't concern you at all?
Man, these are
all
like
you do is
2016
deflect and you
talking
talk
points.
about other
Like, don't
people.
you guys have anything new? Do you?
I mean, my
anything new
line
about this?
about the
release the
Epstein,
files.
but my line about the
Anything
Epstein
new.
circle of famous friends is, to me, that there's a clear line before his initial conviction, which was a complete stitch up in his favour, no question of that. There were
Jack, why won't they release the files then?
Well, hang on, Brian.
Called for them to.
Hang on, Brian. The point I'm going to make is, I do think if you continue to be a friend of Epstein, knowing he was a convicted pedophile after whatever it was, 2009 or so, as Prince Andrew did, for example, then I'm afraid that is seriously problematic. For those who were in his circle, of a wide circle of well-known people, from Bill Gates to Trump to all these, Bill Clinton, I mean, he hooked in everybody, but a lot of them had nothing to do with him, including Trump, I believe, after that conviction. But if you carried on seeing him as Andrew did, living at his house for a few days, years later, knowing he was a convicted pedophile, that is different. I mean, do we agree?
Yeah, I think that's all been litigated.
I certainly. I certainly agree with what you're saying, Pierce, and your point there. But the point that I'm trying to make is there has to be a reason why they're not releasing the files. Why are they being so mum? Why is the list just magically disappeared? And I think one can come to a very logical conclusion, unless you're Jack and you defend Donald Trump 24/7, that maybe there might be something to do with the fact that Trump might be in these files and there might be some wrongdoing there, considering the fact that they were at one point best friends.
Well, they've
Or
certainly gone as an administration from full bore. We're going to reveal everything, and it's really shocking, and there's going to have to be accountability. I mean, I had them on my show. They've gone from that position to suddenly, no, there's nothing mysterious about his death. He definitely killed himself. Here's the CCTV footage, and there is no client list, and none of that is right. And actually, you know what? It's all over. And it is odd. I mean, John
Pierce.
Again, John, you know, from with your intelligence hat on, does this? I mean, do you smell a rat here? Does this look like there's been a little bit of a closing of ranks to shut this up?
Yes, I do smell a rat. And I'd like to know why no one in the media is talking about the investigation, or the fact that there should have been an investigation into whether or not Jeffrey Epstein was working.
There's a recent Trump clip where Bondi was asked about the missing minute. I wonder what that looks like. Trump, Bondi, missing minute. Is this actually like returning? Is this going to result in like a Republican civil war now, or are they just going to all back Trump anyway? I feel like
President Trump.
I feel like they're still going to back Trump, but okay.
Not happy getting a Jeffrey Epstein question at the White House today.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
On Monday, the DOJ released this video of Epstein's federal jail cell the night the disgraced financier died. But the time code jumps just before midnight. Attorney General Pam Bondi explaining.
And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing.
Together with the video, the DOJ issued an undated and unsigned memo confirming Epstein died by suicide and that he did not have a client list to traffic underage girls. The statement and the video triggering backlash from normally loyal Trump allies. Right-wing influencer Laura...
It's not even his jail cell. No, what this footage is, to be clear, is the view of the one entranceway, which is, this is the one access point to the area where his cell is. It's a staircase, this thing here.
They released this video of this. The DOJ is attempting to debunk conspiracy theories that have swirled influencer Laura
Loomer.
And the video triggering backlash from normally loyal Trump allies. Right-wing influencer Laura Loomer wants Bondi fired. Alex Jones saying no one is buying this. The DOJ is attempting to debunk conspiracy theories that have swirled since Epstein's death in 2019, spread in part by some administration officials, including now Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino.
That apparently 170 plus people on his client list may be outed in the coming days.
In February, Bondi was asked on Fox News about a possible client list.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
Bondi responding to that appearance.
What's Alex Jones saying? Come on, give it to me.
Become part of it. I mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. And this only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to probably right now. My mouth is watering right now. It's because I have integrity.
Yeah.
And,
yes, he does. Look at him.
I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country, and they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this tears my guts out. And, you know, the left, they're all complicit. They're openly promoting pedophilia. We know they're pure evil. And they'll think it's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. The MAGA's tearing itself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs and live in a 5G, 200 square foot coffin apartment. Look at the left. Look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on. You guys are sick. And so you shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity.
They eat bugs.
In pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit. You're going against your own self-preservation, serving this evil globalist system at BlackRock and the New World Order and Hakeem Jeffries and all the rest of it. So I'm just processing this right now. I don't know on what planet Trump is doing all this good stuff in the real world and still being demonized by the corporate media and constant lies like, oh, there was no weather alert for flash floods in Texas by the National Weather Service. There was the day before and over 500 times. It's just constant lies. I need to defend Trump. He's being lied about. And then this type of shit happens. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just, it's beyond insane. You couldn't try to hurt yourself worse. You couldn't try to discredit the FBI worse than what they've done. Pam Bondi, all of it. All those videos were saying, yeah, she's seen the videos. It's all coming out. And then now it doesn't exist. I mean, what? 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 Damn it.
Damn it.
11 a.m. today, I'll be covering it.
Oh, God. Poor guy. Poor Alex. He's waited his whole life. And he probably did think. He probably did think that, what'd you call it? He probably did think that Trump was going to be the great white hope that would rescue them from the pedophile Democrats. And then obviously he's just been so disappointed by the recent events now. Oh, no.
Today.
And my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well.
Helping fuel the backlash, Elon Musk. In June, he alleged President Trump was named in the Epstein files, later deleting the post. The president has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. Tonight, Musk hammering the administration, questioning how it can be trusted. For now, it seems an attempt to put the conspiracies to rest is having the opposite effect. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Okay.
For a foreign intelligence service. Let's say that.
So that's really interesting. So look, you've studied into this. What is the evidence that he might have been?
He is a textbook example of an access agent. You're, like I said the last time I was on the show, Piers, you're not going to recruit Bill Clinton. You're not going to recruit Bill Gates. You're not going to recruit Alan Dershowitz. But you can recruit someone who gets close to those people. You can give them something that you can hold over their heads if you have to in the end. And then you report back to your handlers everything that they say. And in exchange, you get untold wealth and a house in the Caribbean and the biggest townhouse in Manhattan and a private plane. And that's a pretty good life, especially if you're a pedophile and you enjoy doing things like that. And nobody's talking about whether or not he was an access agent.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. I mean, does the intelligence community believe that there is merit to that suggestion?
Yes, it does. It does. But the problem here is the accusation is that he was an access agent for the Israelis. And that's something that the intelligence community really doesn't like to touch.
Why?
Because we have this special relationship with Israel, not like a Five Eyes relationship like we have with the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, but this special relationship where we share so much, we provide so much, we work with the Israelis on issues all around the region, at least around the world, and on a handful of issues. Why upset the balance over one dead pedophile? Isn't it easier just to cover it up?
Brian, what do you think of that?
Okay.
I believe that Jeffrey Epstein surrounded himself with a lot of powerful people. It is very, very possible that he could have been working for.
I don't know how. What is Epstein's connection to Israel? Like, did he even have a strong connection with any like Israeli leadership or anything? I thought he was just because he's Jewish. Was that the whole thing?
a government agency. Very, very possible as well. I would tend to agree with the fact that this needs to be investigated more. The media needs to talk about it more. And I don't think this is just a situation where Jeffrey Epstein was getting people to come on his island and sadly do horrible things to young girls. I think there's a lot more to this story. I think there's a lot of people hiding a lot of information. So I certainly agree with what he just said.
I mean, Jack, one of the conspiracy theories I've seen online a lot in the last few days is it's not a coincidence that Netanyahu is coming to the White House, that he's been there, I think, 3 times in the last few months. He has a much better relationship with Trump now than they did when he pissed Trump off by going to see Biden and so on. And that suddenly the Epstein files disappear. If you were working as a conspiracy theorist and you bought into the idea that he was some kind of agent for the Israelis, which is not completely implausible, given all the connections he had. No, has there been some tacit agreement with Netanyahu to get rid of this problem? I mean, stranger things have happened.
I think the perception is horrible. I think the perception is absolutely horrible, and it puts a huge, huge onus on the entire administration, and certainly coming from Pam Bondi for her mismanagement of this. I want to go back to something that John was saying as well, but Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, this is so Robert Maxwell is someone who's highly fingered in a lot of these conspiracies or a lot of these allegations. His entire career, there were allegation after allegation that he was involved somehow with Israeli intelligence, going all the way back even to the 1940s, and serious questions about some of the work that he did all the way through this. And then, of course, as it goes, she becomes
highly fingered. That's That's a little bit. Stop gooning. He's breaking the TOS.
The recruiter for Epstein. And so these questions have really gone deeper and deeper and deeper. And of course, there's no actual evidence or, just hearing of the evidence or release of the evidence, release of the file, a task force, even a press conference, and instead we get, we're just going to move on. And here's a press release on a Sunday night when it's a holiday here in the US.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Adam, it is just a bit weird, the whole thing. I can't quite get my head around this because they were so emphatic that this was going to be huge. And now it's nothing. It's not like even mini huge.
Wait,
it's nothing.
Even if you want to even be like a pro-MAGA position, you can just say, yeah, but the problem is that everything with these people is fucking massive and then nothing happens, right? It's like, how many times is Trump's negotiating skills going to get us like the world on a fucking platter and then nothing happens? How many 24 hours and then everything will be finished with the war in Ukraine? Or how many just a few more days with the fucking tariff thing and then we're going to get all the deals. We're going to get beautiful deals from every country. Where are the deals? I don't see any fucking deals. Those tariffs caused a huge fucking uproar. No deals. Where are the deals? What countries are groveling at America? Like, everything's going to happen in 2 weeks and nothing happens. So you could just say it's that. Like, they just were hoping that no one would remember what they said. I don't know.
There's nothing to see here.
Yeah, and to build on that, I can't tell if it would be worse if this was a cock-up or a conspiracy. Because if it's a cock-up, that means they were straight up lying to the American people the entire time about what they actually had, right? Or if it's a conspiracy, that means they have it and they hid it the entire time. I mean, either way, it looks really bad on the administration. And especially for an admin that is created this grounds that is like primed for conspiratorial thinking. A lot of the MAGA influencers were super ready, super excited for the Epstein files to release. So when you create the grounds that are perfect for conspiratorial thinking, and then you pull back, there are going to be a lot of conspiracies about the admin now.
Jack, it's a confusing time to be in MAGA, isn't it? It must be, right? Because there's so much going on, which must be quite bemusing. You're led up the hill of we're going to get all the dirt on Epstein. That disappears. You've got the attack on Iran, which seems to fly in the face of everything Trump has said about foreign wars, foreign engagement, and so on. You've got a kind of war at the center of the party. You've got Elon Musk, who you were skeptical of, MAGA, and then he's the hero suddenly, and now he's the villain again. This is not an easy time for MAGA to get their heads around the consistent theme here.
Oh, Piers, what are you talking about? I love a fight. I'm always ready for a fight. And MAGA is always made of fighters. So if we got to fight, if we're coming, and by the way, Charlie Kirk is out there today saying that there's a huge push for amnesty of these, the farm workers. And this was something that was mentioned at the rally over the weekend in Iowa, or I guess just before the weekend in Iowa. And so, look, if there's going to be a fight, then we are more than ready for a fight. And I know that I certainly am, and I'm not going.
But don't you have to know what you're really fighting for?
Yeah, like a
I'm fighting for the country. I'm fighting for America first.
No, I get that. But,
fighting for Russia, by the way. Whoops.
Are you fighting for deportations
Yes.
of every illegal immigrant in the United States, if that means
Yes.
that farms close all over the United States, for example?
Yes.
Yes, it is 100% across the board. When we were at the RNC in Milwaukee,
You want to deport, what, according to your numbers, Mr. Posobiec, like Republican numbers, we're talking about deporting 20 to 30 million people. Okay. Good luck with that. Yes, that's what you think is going to happen. That's what you think is a practical solution to the problem of undocumented migrants. Oh, dear. That includes workers, like people have been paying taxes for their entire lives, maybe sometimes for decades. It means children. It means dreamers. Oh, God. Quite gross. Actually, subhuman.
we had mass deportations now signs. And by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean that they all need to be arrested. And I know that people have been crunching the numbers and saying, oh, if you do this many arrests a day and that many, I think that self-deportations are something that really need to be worked on. I think the remittance tax that went through in the big, beautiful bill should have been higher. 1% is too low in my estimation. I think that should be 5%, 10%, or even 50%, because in some of these cases, that's exactly what's going on, is that they're here for economic reasons in the United States. And so if you put that...
But doesn't the United States economy need a lot of them?
Then they'll go home.
Isn't this the whole point about the farmer debate, is that actually farmers have gone to Trump in big numbers and said, if you deport every illegal, undocumented worker in the country, we're out of business.
Well, look, there can be a way for this to be done in a phased manner where they can get people in, and over time, it's not like it has to be, we're going to snap our fingers overnight and they're going to be gone, but absolutely, over time, 100%.
Brian, what do you think of that? I mean, it seems to me that Trump's had a lot of political wins. Whatever you think of him, the last 3-4 weeks, you could argue, have been the most successful politically that he may have had as a president. But it seems like on a lot of these issues, there's this dilemma which he's going to have to confront, and not least, I think, this issue of undocumented workers.
Well, it's interesting because Jack says MAGA is fighting for the country. So is fighting for the country giving the biggest tax breaks to the top 1% in the history of the nation? Is fighting for the country not giving...
Okay, fuck this. Boring. Epstein bit's done. Whatever. Is Ethan going to be on Pierce? Why don't you ask for a recommendation? Is he actually going to go on? If he's actually going on, then yeah, might as well. We'll see. I don't know, though. I'm tired, boss. I'm very tired. I'm very, very tired. Fucking hell. I think I want to finish my Iran document, my Ayatollah document, and probably do that off stream, because it's just a case of taking my notes and turning them into paragraphs. I don't think I need to do that in front of people. Holy shit, man. Because right now I'm just kind of exhausted with all this shit. Like, it's can't be the best me right now. God. You said you were doing the aid site story. I mean, the doc is still there. It's not running away. There's only a few other links to go for. You didn't read my gooning super chat, but it's okay because there was a typo. I mean, listen, okay. I understand the standard is probably a bit different for women, but like, yeah, probably if you're like gooning fucking habitually as a woman, it's probably a bit annoying. Like, I don't know, fuck. Like, if that's all you do, if that's like your only contribution to the stream, then fucking hell. Evangeline, thanks for the $5. Sir, I have a gooning question. When you've asked chat if we touched grass and I respond with no, but we touched bush, is that okay? I would rather it was just kept to like a minimum. Because the problem is once you give people an inch, they're going to take a mile, and that's just annoying. I can't trust anyone. I just can't trust anyone to moderate themselves. Like, it's just so fucking, yeah, I do actually just have to ban everyone who is not like a fucking Puritan. When I say gooning, I don't mean like, I was talking about just like complimenting like the looks of someone you see on fucking stream. Like, I think it's okay to say like a guy on the fucking segment we're watching looks good, right? But when we get to a certain point when it's like sexually fucking objectifying and shit like that, it's just, yeah. Ugh. Dilute Mule, thanks for the $5. 125 pretty please. Well, we were too late, sorry. S, thanks for the 199. Themp owns Epstein's plane. Wait, Themp? I don't know who that is. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. I'm beginning to understand why they call the app Discord. It's there in the family. I already got that one. Okay. Oh, did I only miss one? Don't know. Okay, dude. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Skip to the rule that matters most. Can Sundowners say it? This is an example of edginess that people understand. What, the N-word? No, he can't. If that's what you meant. Or the sand N-word as well, because no. Because that's not an Arab word. That's an American word that they use to degrade black people and Arabs in one fucking package. Like, it's in one payload. Dante, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Gender apartheid. Yep. And yeah. Mina, thanks for the tier 4 sub. We're bigoted against gamers. True. Yellow Swag, thanks for $4.99. When you were addressing community drama today, I want you to know that I thought they were goblins, short stack goblins. I did not know they were kids. Wow, good one. Good one. Okay. Okay, I'm going to send you guys off. Go to Chris Speaks, okay? Go there. Remember that Polish dude that we spoke to once? He was cool. All right. Hopefully I'll have some stuff to show you guys tomorrow as well. And hopefully we don't have to go to plan B of the community shit. I'll put the rules up to Discord, maybe Reddit today. Can we go back to Pond Scum? Well, they're not streaming. I don't see them on my stream list. Schizo, thanks for tier 2 sub. We are bigoted against people who don't play Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. That's still something I have to fulfill, isn't it? Wait, where's the redirects? Yeah, Pond Scum's not on the list. I don't know why. They're probably not streaming. All right, little bugs. See you when I see you, okay? Bye-bye.